Chapter 114. Yan Liling looked at Wuxia and realized that she understood the significance of the human emperor's plan back then. She nodded and continued her explanation of their world's history. After the human emperor came up with this idea, many powerful cultivators and sects agreed with him. They worked together to create the first and only unified dynasty of our world, the Great Qin dynasty. The human emperor was voted as the ruler of such a powerful dynasty after many negotiations among the cultivators of the world. With the power of luck of the entire human race, the human emperor was able to fight head-on with the golden ape great emperor despite being in the supreme realm. Or at the very least, he could keep him from interfering in ordinary people's battle. This human emperor sounded like a great cultivator. So what happened with the war between the two races? Asked Wuxia with intrigued. Without the golden ape emperor's intervention, the human army fought a harsh and terrible war with the demon race. After countless millennia, the human race was victorious. The territory of the human race covered the entire myriad emperor world. All 5 continents were then conquered. This was an unprecedented feat never done before, even to this day. This time Wuxia nodded calmly. However, she was not that impressed given the fact that their entire world was conquered many times by powerful dynasties. Although these dynasties did not last long, they still accomplished a great deed that left their names engraved in the annals of history. Yan Liling noticed Wuxia's lack of awe at such an amazing feat and could guess the reason. It seems you do not understand the meaning of such a thing, so let me further explain. Do you think that your world is big? Wuxia then nodded. She knew how big her world was. With her previous cultivation level, it would take her years to travel all over it. Even with her current realm, she would have to spend months traveling non-stop at full speed to be able to travel throughout the entire world. After saying her nods her head, Yan Liling then continued, "Well, I can honestly tell you that your entire world is probably the size of about 5 to 10 domains in our world. And each of the 5 continents have 3,000 domains. And some domains are actually huge in size. For example, the Heavenspan domain that our Dao opening sect is located in is probably a few times larger than this world." Wuxia looked at Yan Liling with her mouth wide open. She could not fathom how vast their world actually was. Not to mention the fact their world was actually one of the many heaven will world existing in the endless void. Wuxia sighed and realized how insignificant she was in the grand scheme of the universe. She sighed and realized that only by following and cultivating her own Dao or path that she can find inner peace and fulfillment in her life. After coming to this realization, Wuxia's state of mind was sublimated. Her foundation was stabilized and her cultivation that had just breakthrough was further loosened. Both Li Jun and Yan Liling noticed this change and were not surprised. Sometimes, low vision can be an obstacle for cultivators in their path of pursuing the Dao. Of course, they also secretly praised Wuxia. Not all cultivators can accept it when their worldviews are shattered and rebuilt. Just the fact that she was able to accept such things so quickly and rebuild her views so quickly preceded that she is a person with extraordinary willpower. Li Jun cupped his hands together and said, "Congratulations fellow Taoist Wuxia for being able to break through the shackles of the state of mind." Then Yan Liling did the same thing as well. Wuxia happily accepted their blessing with a smile on her face. After taking a brief moment to calm down, she continued to ask about the human emperor. After the Great Qin dynasty conquered the world, the human emperor had enough luck to be able to fight equally against the golden ape emperor instead of just barely defending. However, immediately afterwards, the cultivators of that time faced a problem. Despite the fact the human emperor was equal to a great emperor in battle strength, he was still a supreme realm cultivator. After a few millions of years, his lifespan would eventually come to an end. Meanwhile, the golden ape great emperor was actually immortal. He could wait for the death of the human emperor before counterattacking against the human race. Additionally, internal disputes started to happen inside the Great Qin dynasty. The only reason that the cultivators banded together was to fight against the golden ape emperor. As such, they refused for him to choose a successor from his children to inherit the throne. Not to mention the fact that it was debatable whether one of his descendants could bear the power of such tremendous amounts of luck. However, even if one could, what about their character? The reason that the human emperor was chosen as the ruler of the Great Qin dynasty was due to his strength, charisma, and noble character. Nonetheless, the other cultivators feared that the human emperor's descendants would be corrupted by power and became a tyrant that abused said power. At that time, some people suggested choosing the next emperor based on other powerful cultivators in the world. However, No candidate could actually be chosen. Before the war with the demon race, many of the sects and factions had enmity with each other, so they refused to let their enemies or competitors become more powerful than them. Yan Liling then took a sip of tea to moisturize her throat. Then, she looked at Li Jun, who seemed to be distracted thinking about something. During that time, the great Qin dynasty came close to destruction due to internal politics. However, the human emperor came up with another brilliant solution to the problem. He noticed that Heavenly Dao disliked the Golden Ape Emperor. Many of his methods were harmful to the world. As such, he suffered from countless divine punishment. However, the Golden Ape Emperor was too strong and simply ignored the punishment. Based on this fact, the human emperor decided to use the entire human's chi luck as a medium to sacrifice to Heavenly Dao to create a heaven will. This was a crazy idea, as all the cultivators in the world were aware of the fact that only one heaven will appear in one generation, and the Golden Ape Emperor had already acquired it. To everyone's surprise, this method actually worked. A second heaven will appeared in one generation. Soon afterward, the human emperor proved the Dao and became a great emperor. In fact, even the title of human emperor was granted to him by Heavenly Dao itself. Both Yan Liling and Yu Xiu sighed. Hearing this story felt like listening to a mythical story written solely for the purpose of entertainment. The human emperor sounded like the protagonist of a legendary tale. What happened after that? What happened to the Golden Ape Emperor and the demon race? Asked Yu Xiu. According to records, the human emperor had a fierce battle with the Golden Emperor after proving the Dao. In the end, he managed to kill the Golden Ape Emperor. After hearing this, Yu Xiu gasped out loud as her worldview was once again shattered. She just learned that the most powerful and noblest of beings, a great emperor, was actually killed. Yu Xiu and all the cultivators of the world always pursued being a great emperor. Although all of them did not even know what a great emperor was, including Yu Xiu, until the extraterrestrial demon came to this world, they still imagined it as this being powerful beyond measure, beyond comprehension, beyond imagination. And the way they described and imagined a great emperor was even proven to be true by these foreign cultivators. No, it was proven to be more than they believed. However, Yu Xiu just learned that these powerful beings could actually be killed. How could she not be shocked? However, after taking a few minutes to think about the situation, she realized that it made sense. Only a powerful cultivator on the same level could actually accomplish such a feat. After taking a few minutes to calm down, she asked, "What happened to the demon race afterwards?" After the fall of the Golden Ape Emperor, the majority of human cultivators wanted to exterminate the demon race to prevent such tragedy from happening again. However, the human emperor disagreed. He argued that humans should not be the sole race in the world, that we need powerful competitors to keep us vigilant, otherwise, we will become prideful and arrogant, thus stop making progress. And the demon race was the perfect opponent for the human race. As such, instead of killing all of them, the human emperor banished the demon race into the weakest continent of the world, while leaving the other continents for humanity. However, the human emperor also did not want his race to face a similar situation in the future, so he took preventive measures. He sacrificed the entire luck of the great Qin dynasty, who at that time embodied the luck of the entire human race, and created a powerful formation. This formation, known as the Human Preservation Array, encircled the entire myriad emperor world and served only one purpose: to protect humans from powerful alien races in times of need. After the human emperor disappeared, each emperor after him would further strengthen this formation, ensuring the protection of the human race. Of course, that was until the Devil Era, but that's a completely different story. Yu Xiu sighed as she pondered how vast and brilliant the world these people live in. Then, she remembered the promise that His Majesty made to her disciple and was quite excited for the future. After chatting with the two for a while, Yu Xiu arrived at her destination and left the crawling dragon construct with a delightful smile on her face. Chapter 115. Yan Liling took notice of Li Jun's distraction midway through her narration, so, after Yu Xiu left, she asked him what he was thinking about so deeply that he was being so rude to a guess. "Oh, I just suddenly remember the time me and Big Brother Wang Wei had to learn about the human emperor when we were young." "Did something interesting happen?" asked Yan Liling with an intriguing look on her face. "Yes. At that time, our teacher asked us to write a paper about our understanding of the human emperor. All the kids in the class wrote about the glory and greatness of the human emperor, including me. However, Big Brother Wang Wei was not so flattering. I still remember the angry look on the teacher's face after hearing Big Brother Wang Wei's paper. Ha ha ha, he was so angry and wanted to reprimanded him. But he did not dare do so due to Big Brother Wang Wei's status. So what did Big Brother Wang Wei write on his paper? Asked Yan Liling hurriedly. According to Big Brother Wang Wei, the human emperor was not as morally upright as people of later generation make him out to be. In his paper, he argued that the only reason that the human emperor created the human preservation array was due to karma. Karma? Yes. According to the Big Brother Wang Wei, although most great emperors should not be greatly affected by karma, things were different for the human emperor. As a person who only managed to prove the Tao by sacrificing the luck of the entire human race, he was indefinitely bound to the human race and to the myriad emperor world through karma. If the human emperor did not pay the karma he owed to the myriad emperor world, he would be stuck all his life as the protector or guardian of the world for all of his life. You mean similar to the devil emperors? Suddenly asked Yan Liling with a shocked look on her face. Exactly, said Li Jun before continuing. Big Brother Wang Wei said that the human emperor used the human preservation array to remove the binding that humanity's chi luck had on him and repay the karma he owed to our race and to the world. He even went as far as arguing that the reason that the human emperor did not want to exterminate the demon race was not because of the reason he argued, or at least, not the main reason. The real reason was that he needed a good reason to use humanity's chi luck to create the human preservation array. Yan Liling was more surprised by the article written by Wang Wei. However, the more she thought about it, the more reasonable she found it. After pondering for a while, she asked. It made sense given the fact that even his title was granted to him by heavenly Tao itself. He is the only great emperor to have such an honor. However, why did Big Brother Wang Wei dislike the human emperor so much? It's not that he disliked him, more like he was wary of him for some reasons. I remember that Big Brother was somewhat shocked when he learned that the human emperor chose the name Qin for the first dynasty. During that time, he was obsessed with finding out the origin of the human emperor. He spent a lot of time in the sect's Tibetan scripture pavilion searching for information about the human emperor. Yan Liling nodded and did not think too much about it. She knew that Wang Wei sometimes behaves weirdly. And just like Li Jun, she also knew that some geniuses have weird quirks compared to other people. Suddenly she asked, wait, from what I know, Big Brother Wang Wei was proven to be a genius at a very young age, so why was he in the same class as other children of the sect? Shouldn't he be studying by himself, or asking a tutor to teach him personally? Oh, that was because Aunt Yu Yen did not want Big Brother to become cold and arrogant. As such, he forced him to attend the sect lessons together with the other children of different branches. Yan Liling nodded, then the two of them started talking about different topics, then they suddenly heard a voice. Attention to all passengers, the next stop Rainbow City will arrive in about 30 breaths. Please prepare to descend the crawling dragon construct. After the voice repeated itself 3 times, it stopped. Immediately afterward, both Li Jun and Yan Liling got up and walked to the closest scale of the construct and waited. Meanwhile, they overheard a conversation between a couple next to them. Why didn't you buy a permit for the soaring phoenix construct instead? Asked the woman. Honey, competition has been fierce these days at work and I could not afford a noble permit for the soaring phoenix construct, responded the man. What about the merchant permit? I tried to buy one, but all the seats were already bought. And I knew that you did not like to travel in the common aisle, so I could only do the next best thing and travel through land in the crawling dragon construct. After hearing her husband's explanation, the woman snorted at him and decided to ignore him for a while. Meanwhile, the man smiled wryly while scratching the back of his head. After a few breaths, the construct stopped and the designated scales opened. Both Li Jun and Yan Liling smiled at the couple's conversation and descended while holding arms with each other. After leaving the launching station, Li Jun looked at the brightly lit city in front of him and at the station behind him. He sighed and said, I'm going to miss all these new inventions when we return home. Well, you don't have to worry about transportation since we have teleportation formations back in our world. You can go anywhere instantly, replied Yan Liling. Do you think it is the same experience riding a crawling dragon construct and teleporting instantly? Yan Liling did not say a word. Furthermore, you should understand that our daily life has been fundamentally changed and improved by Big Brother. It is not the same thing back in our world. After being silent for a brief moment, Yan Liling then answered, Didn't Big Brother Wang Wei promise to bring back all these changes to the domains controlled by our sect? Yes, that's true. But I have a feeling that things will simply not be the same. You do not need to worry too much about such a thing, replied Yan Liling. After all, we are cultivators. Only by being in tune with nature, with heaven and earth, with the Tao, can we walk further in our path. Li Jun pondered her words, then nodded in agreement. Afterwards, the two of them went on a date throughout this beautiful city known for its wonderful sceneries. Meanwhile, back in the palace, after the meeting, Wang Wei entered his cultivation room and activated all the formations. He sat cross-legged and started cultivating. On his divine altar, 365 divine veins could be seen perfectly carved. This means that Wang Wei had reached the peak of the divine altar realm and was only one step from breaking into the supernatural realm. Wang Wei looked at the divine veins on his altar and started thinking. As a person who cultivated an emperor's scripture, he cultivated a Tao foundation. To be precise, with the help of the origin path scripture, he cultivated the perfect Tao foundation. From the information he has read back in the sect, all the other techniques that cultivated the Tao foundation are not perfect. After carving the 365th divine vein, a crack will appear on the cultivator's divine altar. Many emperor lineage will have ways to fix that crack, but even after fixing it, it will still leave some marks no matter how small it may be. This symbolized the fact that nothing under heaven and earth is perfect except maybe heaven itself. The only people that can achieve perfection are the ones blessed by heavenly Tao, hence the reason that the origin path scripture allowed cultivators to achieve perfection. This was a reward by heavenly Tao to Emperor Qiyuan when he spread the method of cultivation to the world. This was one of the merits granted to him. Despite this, not all cultivators can actually achieve a perfect Tao foundation after cultivating the origin oath scripture. Certain talents are needed for that. According to what Wang Wei knows, in the past few generations, only him, his father and great elder Yan may manage to cultivate a perfect Tao foundation. Even his grandfather failed to accomplish such a thing. As for Wang Wei, he was not satisfied with just having a perfect Tao foundation and wanted something more, something better. And he succeeded when he broke through the 13th layer of the body-refining realm and had an ever-expanding divine sea. As such, he called his foundation Transcendent Perfection or Transcendent Tao Foundation. Now that he had entered the peak of the divine altar realm, he began to ponder how to achieve such transcendence. Since he did not have a precedent to follow, Wang Wei had to create his own way. After many years of contemplating, he found a method and decided to try it now. More importantly, he had a hunch that he would succeed. Chapter 116. After contemplating for many years, Wang Wei decided to engrave divine veins not just into his divine altar, but also into his soul. If he succeeded, his control over spiritual qi would reach an unimaginable level, and he could also guess that there would be further benefit when he entered the primordial spirit realm. However, there was still a problem that needed to be solved. How to gain access to the soul. Only cultivators who have opened their Naiwen aperture and have their own sea of consciousness can have easy access to their souls. And only in the supernatural realm did cultivators open up their Naiwen aperture. However, this problem was not so difficult for Wang Wei. As a person who knows how it feels like to live solely in the form of the soul, he has a great deal of understanding about it. As such, Wang Wei closed his eyes and concentrated. He imagined himself before he was reincarnated back on Earth, when his body was destroyed and he was left with only a soul floating in the vast and limitless space. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei found himself in a small and dark space. In the middle of the space was a cloud-like fluffy thing floating there. Instinctively, he knew that this was his soul. After close examination, he discovered to his surprise that his soul was actually purple with a few gray outlines around the edges. According to the information he learned, souls are usually white as a symbol that all beings are innately pure and good. A soul can also change color. For example, a red and dark soul represents that a person has committed countless sins and is heavily entangled by karma. There are soul cultivating methods that also turn the soul into a different color. However, the color is usually golden. As for a purple-colored soul, he has never heard of it. He guessed that the gray outlines had to do with his fate puppeteer physique or the fragment of fate law, but he was clueless for the purple color. Suddenly, Wang Wei remembered how the clone of the battle-maniac emperor once said that his soul had the quality of paragon. Maybe that is the reason for his soul being purple. After scanning his memory again, Wang Wei realized that his soul started to change color when he absorbed all the blue lights that were floating in the endless void when he was swallowed by the space crack back on Earth. At that time he was so focused on reaching the next blue spot that he did not really pay attention to this detail. Wang Wei secretly blamed himself for how much of an idiot he was for not realizing that these blue spots were extraordinary, and that his soul was probably more mysterious and enigmatic than he previously thought. According to knowledge he knows about the soul, an ordinary mortal soul cannot last long after leaving the body. The soul is yin in nature, while the sun is yang in nature. If a soul were to touch the yang sun, it would be obliterated immediately. Not to mention the fact that the soul needs energy or nutrients to sustain itself, which the body provides. Only cultivators' souls in the primordial spirit realm can sustain themselves without the need of a body. And that is only because at that time, the soul has transformed into a primordial spirit. However, even then, the soul or primordial spirit can only last a few months before fading away, unless other measures are taken. Only cultivators in the saint realm can actually abandon their bodies and survive only as a soul entity. As for Wang Wei, he could tell that he spent a very long time floating in space or void after being swallowed by that space crack. It was only after reviewing his memory that Wang Wei realized that he might have spent eons floating in that endless voice. And only his will and desire for survival that made him ignore the passage of time. Otherwise, he might have been driven crazy before he reached his destination. And those blue spots not only provided Wang Wei's soul with a terrible amount of lifespan, but also strength to be able to exist in such a terrible environment for such an extended period of time. And it seems that the blue spots also provided his soul with an incomparable quantity and quality. After pondering these things, Wang Wei suddenly stopped as he noticed something odd or different about his soul. So, he went back to his memories again and checked right before he entered the bright light, right before he reincarnated in the myriad emperor world. He realized that his cloud-like soul was actually massive in size, especially when compared to the current size of his soul now. It was almost like comparing planet Earth with the size of the Milky Way galaxy. After frowning for a while, he guessed that most of his soul had probably decreased in quantity after going through the process of reincarnation. Or even better, this might be the reason that he kept the memories from his past life. Wang Wei theorized that he himself might have decided to sacrifice the quantity of his soul in order to retain the memories from his past life. Unfortunately, he could not remember anything after entering the bright light. Well, luckily, my soul's quality still remained, thought Wang Wei after sighing for a while at his tremendous luck. In fact, Wang Wei was not that sad about this loss despite what he said. There is a clear correlation between the soul and the body. As strong as one is, the other has to be strong enough to bear the other. If Wang Wei was born with such a powerful soul, his body would not be able to bear it and cause him a great deal of trouble. Of course, his soul would slowly strengthen his body until he can actually carry it, just like a strong body will strengthen the soul. However, in the process, Wang Wei would probably be quite miserable. With such a powerful soul, his body and mind would not be able to function properly and he would be labeled as intellectually disabled. And with how strong his soul was, it would have taken thousands upon thousands of years to strengthen his body to the level that he could function properly. And that's just a mild estimate. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Wang Wei began the process he needed to do in the first place. With a sudden thought, he began to engrave divine veins on his soul, just like he did on his divine altar. Of course he did not inscribe random veins on his soul. No, as he was aware of the fact that divine veins will in fact be combined together into origin pattern on the ancient lamps in the supernatural realm. He organized his soul divine veins to perfectly fit or connect with the ones in his divine altar. After engraving another 355 veins on his soul, Wang Wei stopped as he realized that any further ones served no benefit to him and would be just a waste of time. Any more veins would affect the creation of his origin pattern and also provide no further increase in strength. After finishing his engraving, both the divine veins in his soul and his divine altar shined together, and a profound connection was formed between them. Wang Wei opened his eyes and he saw the world completely different from before. For one thing, he could physically see spiritual qi floating and dancing in the air with his eyes. The spiritual qi seemed to be alive and noticed Wang Wei's presence and flew towards him and entered his body without him even asking. He felt that he had a tremendous affinity with spiritual qi. And with this affinity came a terrifying control. In order to test his theory, Wang Wei secretly left the palace to an inhabited mountain. He activated all his 720 divine veins and controlled the spiritual qi around him. Instantly, Wang Wei flew straight into the sky with steadiness and without pause. And his speed was actually quite fast. Although he could not actually reach Mach 1 like supernatural realm cultivators, he could still fight properly in the air. Furthermore, compared to how he almost fell from the air due to low spiritual chi when he first tried to fly in this world, the process was too easy this time. Without hesitation, Wang Wei flew straight through the sky, almost reaching the stratosphere. Then he looked at the world under his feet. At this height, Wang Wei could see the entire world, from one end to another. He could see how this world was actually a piece of land surrounded by ocean that defies the fundamental laws of gravity. And unlike the myriad emperor world, this world did not have a barrier to protect it, but Wang Wei could see a powerful formation at the end of the world that cut off the world from the endless void. After sighing for a while at how mysterious the world of cultivation works, Wang Wei returned to the palace. He wanted to know how long his seclusion took and deal with future plans. Chapter 117. While Wang Wei was in retreat to create his transcendent Tao foundation, many of the other heaven chosen of this trial took notice when a new fortune dynasty was created. Great Zhou Dynasty. Royal Palace. Ji Song wore a yellow dragon robe with a crown on his head. His muscular body and hard face emanate a powerful and bloody aura. He was sitting on a chair carved with dragons when he suddenly felt a change occurred in the eastern region. He connected to the luck of his dynasty and watched how the great Xia dynasty was founded with tremendous amounts of luck. He clenched his teeth so hard that the dragon throne he sat on was deformed, and through gritted teeth he said, "Wang Wei." Immediately afterward, a terrible killing intent enveloped the entire meeting room. Many officials thought they had done something wrong and immediately knelt in the ground asking for forgiveness. All of them except one, First Prince Ji Su. Or in this case, Prime Minister Ji Su. After seeing his younger brother's reaction, he guessed what happened and said out loud, "Your Majesty, calm down." His voice contained a little bit of his spiritual power and Ji Song immediately came back to his senses, thus removing his killing intent. However, this was just on the surface. Deep in his eyes, the killing intent was so intense that it wanted to devour not just his enemy, but himself as well. Ji Su also noticed this and he frowned. He could tell that his brother's situation right now was not ideal. If he continues like this, he most likely will develop heart demon towards Wang Wei. After seeing his younger brother calm down, Ji Su then said, "Are you calm now?" Ji Song just nodded. "Then we can prepare for our next expedition. The Great Wu Dynasty. Why not attack the Great Xia Dynasty? They have just become a dynasty and are still weak. It is the perfect time to attack and destroy them," responded Ji Song with boundless bloodlust in his eyes. "Songer," responded Ji Su in an informal manner. "This is not the time to make decisions based on your personal vendetta. The Great Xia Dynasty is located all the way east from the three central dynasties. Do you know how many kingdoms and dynasties are between us and them? How long do you think it will take to reach there with our armies? Can you guarantee that the other dynasties will not take advantage of us marching eastward to sneak attacks in the back? You need to set your priorities straight and remember the main reason that we came here. As for sacred son Wang Wei, you will have your opportunity for revenge. Now, focus on our attack against the Great Wu Dynasty." After hearing his brother's words, Ji Song took a deep breath to relax and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, all the ministers on the floor secretly sighed in relief. Although His Majesty is often both brave and wise militaristically and politically, sometimes, he can become rash and stubborn to an abnormal level, especially when it comes to things related to the former Eastern Reign Kingdom. During those times, it is up to the Prime Minister to talk some reason to His Majesty. Otherwise, no one can stop him from acting the way he wants. After seeing his brother regain his bearing, Ji Su secretly sighed in relief. In fact, he lied to his brother. Or to be exact, he did not tell him the whole truth. The reason that he did not want his brother to attack the Great Xia Dynasty was due to the fact he feared that his brother might lose again. As such, he wanted his brother to conquer the easier Great Wu Dynasty. With the vast territory of both dynasties, he can absorb enough luck for him to reach purple gold. After that, even if his brother lost against sacred son Wang Wei, he will not fail this trial. Although it would be ideal if his brother could absorb luck after conquering the entire world, thus resulting in his chi luck reaching peak purple gold. However, he is just fine with just his luck breaking through purple gold from peak purple. With the foundation of their great Zhou imperial dynasty, they can still help his brother further increase his luck by sacrificing a certain price. Great Shu Dynasty. A Taoist temple. Many ministers of the dynasty were reporting to a young handsome man named Feng Hang, who was wearing a Taoist robe with a yin-yang symbol all over it. National teacher, over the past decade, more than 300 temples have been created all over our territory. We have also taught the people on how to read and recite scriptures, and to go to the temples and seek enlightenment. However, the people seem determined to pray and offer incense despite the law we passed down. After hearing this, Feng Heng frowned and started thinking deeply. The sect has strict regulation for not accepting incense and faith. Anyone who breaks this rule will be severely disciplined. Then, he suddenly remembered that his teacher told him that it was all right, he said. As long as they do not interfere with the operation of the temples, just leave them be. After that, a brief meeting about the situation of the dynasty took place before all the ministers left the temple. Immediately afterwards, Feng Heng noticed something in the east and used the luck of the Great Shu dynasty to observe. Great Xia dynasty, he muttered with a pensive look on his face. Meanwhile, after leaving, some of the higher officials started talking to themselves. Ever since national teacher Feng Heng arrived, our workload has decreased dramatically. As long as we do the bare minimum and ensure the safety and livelihood of the common people, everything else is fine. You are totally right. Not just us have changed, even His Majesty has greatly changed. He is no longer so ruthless, brutal and cold. Hey, during those times, I woke up not knowing whether I would return home to see my family again. I remember that Xia Zhan was whipped to death for objecting to His Majesty for wanting to increase his harem by another 10,000 concubines. Shoo, do not talk about His Majesty behind his back like this. You do not need to worry. His Majesty has entered seclusion in order to fully become a Taoist monk. He has not attended an official meeting for more than 5 years now. Hopefully, things remain this way forever. After that person said this, all the other officials laughed out loud, then secretly looked around them to see if anyone was watching them before hurrying to go home. Great Wu Dynasty. Imperial Palace. Sun Wen was sitting on his dragon throne with a look of pride and arrogance, like everything and everyone was under his control. Sun Wen, with a majestic voice, asked, "What was the result?" One official stepped up and answered, "The nobles have accepted your Majesty's bargaining. They will each choose a beautiful daughter from their main branch and send them to the palace. However, they demanded that His Majesty sign a soul contract before they could fulfill their end of the deal." Sun Wen frowned after hearing this, then waved his hand. Immediately afterward, someone handed the contract to him. After taking more than 1 hour reviewing every inch of the contract, he smiled happily and signed it with his blood. After that, the court meeting was over and all the officials left the room, leaving only one person, Third Prince Su Jiaolong, who is currently known as the Legion Commander of the Great Wu Dynasty. "Big brother, why do you have to play with these nobles like this?" asked Sun Jiaolong. "We have already determined that the previous monarch killed all the supernatural realm cultivators of the noble family. We could have just killed all of them. My little brother, you do not understand the intricacies of politics. Look, with just a few minor promises, the nobles of the dynasty have handed over to me all the military and political power in their hands," replied Sun Wen with a cunning look in his face. "What's more, I did all of this without shedding a single drop of blood or wasting any resources for military deployment. This is a great achievement. But big brother, aren't you worried that the nobles will betray you in the future?" "Of course not. I have already sent people to secretly infiltrate these noble families and spy on them. Additionally, as long as the political power of the dynasty enters my hand, it will only be a matter of time before I have total and absolute control over the entire dynasty." Looking at the prideful look on his big brother's face, Sun Jiaolong secretly shook his head. From experience, he knew how these nobles thought. Without placing the fear of heaven on them, they will do absolutely anything for power. The so-called handing of power is probably nothing but doing so in public, while secretly controlling the dynasty under his big brother's nose. Even if his big brother replaced all the high levels of the dynasty, how does he know the people he replaced them with are actually loyal to him? In the past 10 years or more, instead of cultivating loyal subordinates for himself, his big brother has just been promising people with benefits from their worlds in order to rally people to support him. In fact, this method should be fine, but, knowing his big brother, Sun Jiaolong realized that there is a high chance that these are just empty promises. And, couldn't these old foxes of this world that spent their entire life in the court tell what kind of person his big brother was? It seemed to Sun Jiaolong that his big brother had gravely underestimated the wisdom of the people of this world. Just because they are weak does not mean that they are not intelligent. After sighing for a while, Sun Jiaolong then asked, "Then big brother, are you ready to fight the heaven chosen of the other factions? Now that the great Xia dynasty has been established, all the major players should be ready to fight on the big stage?" After hearing his little brother's words, Sunwen looked at him with weird eyes, then shook his head. "Little brother, this is the reason that I say you are not tactically minded. Why should I fight with them personally?" "Big brother, what do you mean?" "Before coming to this trial, I have secretly contacted the Death Order Palace and formed an alliance with them," responded Sunwen with a devilish smile on his face. However, Sun Jiaolong on the other end was frowning after hearing this. As such, he asked, "Doesn't that violate the unwritten rule of not secretly assassinating each other's heaven chosen? If the person doing the assassination belonged to the younger generation, then of course it does not violate the unwritten rule," replied Sunwen with a smirk look on his face. After this, Sun Jiaolong sighed and left the courtroom, heading back to his own manor. Afterward, Sun Jiaolong sat cross-legged and started pondering the situation of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty. As a matter of fact, their dynasty is currently in dire straits. Their imperial dynasty has cultivated 4 great emperors, but one of the biggest hidden secrets of the dynasty is the fact that only the founding emperor of their dynasty was actually a true great emperor. All the other 3 were in fact pseudo-emperors. Which means that despite having acquired the heaven will, their Tao hearts were not strong enough to bear it. As such, these pseudo-emperors are even weaker than the weakest of true emperors. As a matter of fact, even the emperor scripture that they created is in fact incomplete. So, technically speaking, the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty only has 1 emperor scripture. Sun Jiaolong knew that the reason for this situation is due to the fact their dynasty places too much emphasis on using schemes and plots. In any situation, the first instinct of their people is to use schemes to kill their enemies. And if that does not work, then they will fight. And if the enemy prove to be more powerful than them, then they would run away or strategically retreat. Many of the people of the dynasty notice this problem and ought to change. They believe that in the future, the people of the dynasty should behave more bravely and upfront, just like the martial great emperor, the first emperor of their dynasty. However, the majority of people disagreed. They argued based on the fact that their own way has produced more than 3 great emperors. Additionally, according to these people, a pseudo-emperor is still an emperor. Due to different ideologies, 2 different factions have thus formed inside the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty, constantly fighting and competing with each other. After thinking about these things, Sun Jiaolong sighed and took out a sword from his space ring. The sword looked dull and rusted, like it would be broken or fall apart the next moment. On the sword, the character for human was inscribed vividly on it. After looking at the character, a fierce light flashed across Sun Jiaolong's eyes as he had just made a very important decision. "I'm sorry, but this is all for the future of the Great Wu Dynasty," muttered Sun Jiaolong under his breath. Chapter 118. When Wang Wei returned back to the palace, he was happy and relieved to discover that only half a month had passed during his retreat. As such, he immediately called a court meeting. Inside the meeting hall, all the ministers looked at Wang Wei sitting on the dragon throne. All of them had awe on their faces as they could feel that His Majesty was even more powerful than half a month ago. All of them wondered when cultivation became so easy. Of course, these people did not know that the reason that Wang Wei took so little time for his breakthrough was first due to his powerful soul. Second, it was because his cultivation room was the center or eye of the dragon vein that ran throughout the entire dynasty's capital. The dragon vein is actually a special kind of spiritual qi vein necessary for creating a fortune dynasty, while other spiritual veins are mainly used for places of cultivation. The more spiritual veins a place has, the more spiritual qi that said place contains. On the other end, without a place with a dragon vein, it is impossible to create a fortunate dynasty. This is one reason that Wang Wei had to wait until he conquered the capital before establishing his own dynasty. Meanwhile, during the court meeting, Wang Wei took a while to review all that happened during his retreat. After a few minutes he said, "So, we are ready to start expanding our territories?" "Absolutely," answered Grand Commandant Li Jun, "Your Majesty. You can just give the order and our army will respond immediately." Wang Wei nodded and looked at one of his ministers. "What about the officials needed to take over different cities and states after our conquest? Is there enough people available?" The official who was part of the cabinet as the Minister of Education stepped forward and said, "Yes, according to your orders, we have trained copious amounts of scholars that are knowledgeable in government politics and management. However, Your Majesty, the majority of them do not have any actual experience." "Humph, what do you mean not enough experience? Didn't you send them to different small villages around our territory to learn and experience proper management?" answered another member of the cabinet, the Minister of Finance. "How can a few villages compare to governing a city, county, or even state?" retorted the Minister of Education. "Well, all I know is that you people in the education department are responsible for a quarter of the entire dynasty's spending in the last 2 years. I do not know what kind of plan you have. All I can say is that we do not have any money for it." After saying that, the Minister of Finance snorted coldly, while the Minister of Education looked at him like he was the enemy that killed his family. If it was outside, there is a high chance that these two people would fight with each other. Upon seeing the tense atmosphere of these two people, someone finally said something. It was the Empress, Dong Lifen. "Minister of Finance, there is no need to worry about the treasury of the dynasty. With the rapid expansion of our territories, there will be countless wealth coming our way. As for you, Minister of Education, after our territories expand, you can send the reserved officials to their post immediately. However, after a few months, a reviewer can be spent to examine how well they are doing their jobs. The one who did a good job can stay at their post, while the ones who fail can have their salary decreased and given a warning. After 3 warnings, these people can be sent back to the academy as teachers." After hearing this, both ministers snorted at each other while nodding to the Empress. Although they do not like her, they have to admit that she is quite politically savvy. Many people did not like it when His Majesty broke convention 2 years ago and allowed the Empress to hold power in the court. Although there have been many female rulers in this world, the idea that only male can be emperor has been ingrained on the bones and soul of the majority of people of this world, especially scholars. However, seeing that Wang Wei did not care about their rejection, and Dong Lifen had proven numerous times that she is capable, they still showed her some modicum of respect. After seeing that the problem had been resolved without his interference, Wang Wei smiled and said, "The Empress' decision is correct. The next few years, Great Xia will be in a state of constant war and conquest. There will be no time to allow people to slowly adapt." After saying this, he looked at the Minister of Agriculture and asked, "Do we have enough grains for our military exploit?" "Yes, Your Majesty. There is enough grain for more than 5 years of constant fighting without affecting the lives of the people. Moreover, we have enough reserve to feed the entire dynasty for 2 years in case an emergency were to happen." After that, Wang Wei looked at Chancellor Yan Liling, who also reported her preparation. "There are plenty of pills refined by the alchemy hall. However, the pills are not enough for all the soldiers to use, only the officers with a certain rank. Furthermore, with constant refining over the past 2 years, the majority of spiritual medicine is almost all used. As you know, it takes a long time for spiritual medicines to grow, unlike normal ones. However, the shortage should also be relieved after we conquer a few more kingdoms." Wang Wei secretly nodded as he could always count on his team when it comes to doing things properly. The next person he looked at was the head of the refiner hall. After seeing the gaze that locked him in, the head of the refiner hall smiled wryly and said, "Your Majesty, our situation in the refiner hall is actually more dire than the alchemy hall. Due to the fact that we publicized puppet constructs and origins artifacts during the past 2 years, the entire dynasty is in great need of all kinds of spiritual materials. Whether it is woods, metals, or rocks. We overused most of the spiritual ores that we had available in construction. I hope that when the Grand Commandant conquers the first kingdom that he placed more emphasis on these materials first and sent it back to us in order to relieve our pressure in the refiner hall." Li Jun nodded after hearing this, which made the head of the refiner hall quite happy to the ire and envy of the other officials. However, both Li Jun and Wang Wei ignored these people. Afterwards, Wang Wei asked Grand Censorate Wang Ju, "Did Su Ai manage to infiltrate the Great Shu dynasty?" "Yes, Miss Su Ai did succeed in her infiltration," replied Wang Ju calmly. However, things seemed more complex than previously anticipated. "Oh, how so?" "His Majesty, according to the information we received, Taoism has greatly developed throughout the entire Great Shu dynasty. As Taoism focused on being pure and indifferent, not a lot of people are in fact interested in attending brothels. As such, our source of information is greatly reduced. What's even worse is the fact that the emperor of the Great Shu dynasty has denounced worldly affairs and entered seclusion to become a Taoist monk. From then on, all the court meetings took place in a Taoist temple habited by one of your majesty's peers. Our agents dare not enter the temple. Furthermore, the officials of the Great Shu dynasty have a great deal of respect for him, so they do not easily speak about him in public or in private. However, we did get some information. His name is Feng Heng and he is the Tao child of the Tai Profound Gate. Wang Wei looked pensive after hearing this news. He was not surprised by the fact that this person was from the Tai Profound Gate, as he had already guessed such. The Tai Profound Gate is a pure Taoist sect in the myriad emperor world who has cultivated 7 great emperors. Their founder, the absolute beginning great emperor, is considered one of the greatest emperors ever cultivated in the myriad emperor world. However, the reason he paid so much attention to this heaven-chosen was not because of his background, but because he always felt there was something wrong with this guy. Despite only meeting once through the luck dragon of the Great Shu dynasty, he always had a weird feeling towards this guy. After pondering for a few seconds, Wang Wei then asked, "Anything else?" "Yes," answered Wang Ju before continuing. "A few days ago, we received news that a delegate from the Great Zhou dynasty was heading towards the Great Shu dynasty. However, we currently do not know the reason for such a visit. Many of my subordinates theorize that Crown Prince Ji Song wanted to form an alliance. However, given the arrogance of each heaven chosen, this is very unlikely." Wang Wei nodded in agreement with Wang Ju. With the pride of these people, even if they decided to form an alliance, they will first fight for who is the leader of said alliance. After Wang Ju finished a report, it was Li Jun's turn next. He waved his hand and a military map appeared in the middle of the courtroom. It was similar to a 3D hologram. Then, he started to explain his marching strategy. Chapter 119. After Li Jun projected the map of the entire world, he waved his hand to zoom on the eastern borders where the Great Xia dynasty is located. Then, he started to explain his deployment tactic. Our first goal of attack is going to be the territory of the Black Moon sect. As the territory does not have an actual army protecting it, I plan to take an elite group of soldiers to directly attack their sect's mountain. Then, it will be easy for us to occupy their territory. After that, Li Jun controlled the map to show the territories of the Iron Fist Kingdom, and he said, "When it comes to this kingdom, the plan is to invite the king of this kingdom to a one-on-one duel. The winner will be granted access to the other's territory. Given the madness of the Iron Fist King, there is a high chance that he will accept our invitation. As for the Barbarian Wolf Kingdom, we will attack from their northern border through boats. Then move south until we reach their capital." Wang Wei nodded after hearing the plan, as he had the utmost trust in Li Jun, but he still had to ask, "What if the Iron Fist King refused your invitation?" Li Jun smiled and answered, "Then, we will use a 3-prone attack to conquer them. As you can see, the Iron Fist Kingdom is sandwiched between 4 nations. Northward is the Barbarian Wolf Kingdom, southward is the Black Moon sect's territory, and eastward is our Great Xia dynasty. If he refuses our invitation, I will just wait until our legions conquer both the Black Moon sect and the Barbarian Wolf Kingdom. Then we will attack them from all 3 sides." All the ministers in the room nodded in agreement to the Grand Commandant's plan. Suddenly, Wang Wei said, "If the Iron Fist King accepts the invitation, after his defeat, do not immediately kill him and ask him if he wants to surrender to me." Li Jun was a little surprised by the request. Then he understood the reason. The Iron Fist King is actually a very charismatic person. As a king, he persuaded his entire kingdom to be as mad as him and indulge in the act of war as a form of pleasure. Although the Iron Fist King is actually a terrible ruler, he would make a terrifying general if leading an army of his own. Especially if he is provided with the resources of the Tao opening sect. Li Jun became excited after thinking about this possibility. At first, he was going to let one of his number generals to fight the Iron Fist King because they had already broken through the Divine Altar realm. But now, he changed his mind. Li Jun then nodded in excitement, then finished his military briefing. Soon afterward, the official court meeting was over and everyone left with the exception of Empress Dong Lifen. Wang Wei did not waste time and took out the conferred god list and the imperial seal, placing the seal over the empress title, thus handing over the control of the dynasty's Qi Luck Dragon to Dong Lifen. Under the help of Wang Wei, Dong Lifen's orange Qi Dragon blended with the dynasty's luck and started studying it. In fact, Wang Wei was not surprised that Dong Lifen had an orange dragon for luck given her talent. As a matter of fact, if she was born in the Myriad Emperor world, her luck would have probably rivaled his and all the other heaven-chosen fit to fight for the heaven mandate. Wang Wei guessed that if Dong Lifen returned to the Myriad Emperor world with him, the Eternal Dream sect will offer the Tao Opening sect a bunch of rare resources in order to acquire her. That's how valuable her dream manifestation soul talent was. While Dong Lifen was engrossed by the power of luck, a gray light flashed through Wang Wei's eyes. Then his soul secretly connected with Dong Lifen. Then he started to experience how she connected, controlled, and understood the dynasty's luck. Dong Lifen suddenly felt something weird, however. After checking and not finding anything, she left the doubt in the back of her mind. She finally found a way to establish a Tao foundation. She did not want to waste time on meaningless things. After a few hours of studying, Dong Lifen's spirit was worn out and Wang Wei removed her connection to the dynasty's luck. With a smile on her face, the Empress bowed to Wang Wei, then returned to her palace with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, Wang Wei closed his eyes on the throne for a few hours after Dong Lifen left. When he opened his eyes, he checked his own chi dragon. The dragon was still black, however, under its neck, a few scales had turned back to purple. Wang Wei had a wide smile on his face. It seemed that his plan was working better than he imagined. Of course, most of the credits should be given to how talented Dong Lifen actually is. Meanwhile, Li Jun only took a few horse to travel from the capital all the way to the borders. After arriving, he met with General 3, who was waiting for him. He directly asked, "Is everything ready for deployment?" "Yes, Grand Commandant." Li Jun nodded, then headed outside the barracks. There, he saw a gigantic wooden phoenix construct waiting for him. This was a soaring phoenix construct especially built for the military. Many soldiers carried their armors and weapons, then boarded inside the puppet construct. After all the soldiers boarded, Li Jun then entered. Soon afterward, one of the soldiers located in the beak of the phoenix bit his tongue to drop his blood on a formation. Then he poured his origin chi in another place. Then countless runes and patterns enveloped the construct. Unlike constructs used for civilians that operate on origin stone for energy to function, the ones in the military used origin chi instead. After the soldier finished pouring his origin chi, the phoenix construct flapped its wings and flew into the air. After checking that everything was working normally, Li Jun yelled, "Activate the invisible array." After hearing the order, the soldier located at the beak also poured his origin chi into another formation. Following which, countless divine runes further appeared all over the soaring phoenix construct, then it disappeared from the air. No, to be precise, it became invisible to the naked eyes. Then the soaring phoenix construct rushed in a certain direction. In fact, it was not just Li Jun that was ordered to be dispatched. A legion composed of General 2, 4 and 5 took many boats heading to the northern side of the barbarian wolf kingdom. Their mission was to use the fastest speed possible to conquer this kingdom. Meanwhile, after traveling for a few hours, the construct reached the mountain where the Black Moon sect was located. Li Jun then ordered his man to surround the entire sect, not leaving any opening for people to escape. Then, Li Jun mobilized his origin chi and shouted, "The people of the Black Moon sect, you are surrounded by the elite army of the Great Xia dynasty. If you lay down your weapons, and allow your cultivation to be sealed, then you will be spared and treated as normal citizens of the dynasty. If you resist, then your sect will be annihilated without hesitation. I can swear in the name of His Majesty the Wise Sage, Wang Wei." Li Jun's voice traveled throughout the entire mountain range, scaring all the disciples and elders of the sect. In fact, Li Jun wanted to directly attract and use force to make these people surrender. However, he could feel that this mountain was separated by a formation that would activate as soon as intruders reached a certain range. However, he was not to hurry as he had already prepared for such a scenario. Meanwhile, the people of the Black Moon sect were freaking out after hearing Li Jun's voice. As such, a meeting of the sect's upper echelon took place. The sect lord and elders were discussing whether to fight with their lives or just surrender like the people of the Great Xia demanded. One elder directly asked, "How did the Great Xia dynasty's army arrive in our territory without us even noticing them? It must be one of the flying constructs that they have invented in the past 2 years. It is such a waste to use such powerful origin artifacts for ordinary mortals. Well, it seems that these constructs can also be used for the army. If only our spies could have gotten the manuals for these constructs, our Black Moon sect would soon become one of the most powerful sects in the world." All of you are focusing on the wrong thing. What should we do now? Should we fight back, or surrender? If we surrender, can anyone guarantee that the people of the great Xia dynasty will keep their promise? Asked one elder. Immediately afterward, the room became quiet, until someone else's responded. Given the information we have gathered on the wise sage emperor, he will most likely keep his words. In that case, let's just surrender. I agree. Me too. Then, the majority of the elders decided to surrender. However, the sect lord was not willing to give up so easily. There is still hope for us, so there is no need to surrender so soon. All the elders then looked at the sect lord with a puzzled look on their faces. They did not know where the so-called hope came from. They did not believe for 1 second that their sect's formation would be able to stop the people of Great Xia. We can wake up the ancestor, responded the sect lord to the surprise of everyone in the room. To their knowledge, the ancestor has long passed away. However, it seemed that things were not as simple as they were led to believe. Immediately afterwards, an intense excitement flashed from these elders' eyes. Maybe, there is still hope for their Black Moon sect. Chapter 120. A few minutes after Li Jun's warning, the sect's array was activated by someone in the inside, following which, a woman flew from the depth of the sect. In just a few seconds, he appeared above the elite army of the Great Xia dynasty. However, Li Jun was not that surprised by the fact that a supernatural realm cultivator existed among the Black Moon sect. As soon as he saw someone flying over his head, he gave an order to his men. Then, each of the 10,000 elite soldiers that he brought with him moved in different directions. They all mobilized both their blood chi and origin chi. The countless runes and patterns flew from them and connected together. An array was then instantly formed by all the soldiers. Immediately afterwards, the ancestor of the Black Moon sect discovered to her horror that she lost the ability to fly, and fell to the ground. Luckily for her, she was quite powerful and landed safely. Seeing the situation she was in, the Black Moon ancestor immediately waved her hand and an ancient lamp appeared in front of her that had a two-colored fire burning on top of it. As for Li Jun, he smiled after seeing that the formation worked. The Great Xia dynasty has used numerous resources in order to create this formation that prevents supernatural realm cultivators from flying. Now, it was finally placed into use by the military. After grounding the enemy, Li Jun took his spear and readied himself for battle. Meanwhile, back in the barbarian wolf kingdom, General 2, 4 and 5 had already landed after traveling a few hours by boat. After taking time for the soldiers to rest, they headed to the nearest city and attacked. General 2 took out 5 constructs from a space ring gifted to him by the Grand Commandant just for this invasion. These constructs were soaring phoenix constructs. Under the guidance of all 3 generals, each phoenix construct was occupied by more than 20,000 soldiers. After entering invisible mode, the soaring phoenix constructs flew to the closest city. After arriving at the city, the army waited for night to arrive. Then, under the order of General 2, a special team of soldiers jumped down from one of the constructs. This team was wearing a very special armor that allows them to blend into heaven and earth and remain invisible. After landing inside the city, the special team of soldiers divided themselves into 2 groups. One group headed to the city's wall, while the other headed straight for the city lord's mansion. As the Fate's Shadow under Grand Censorate Wang Ju had already acquired a map of all the major cities in the barbarian wolf kingdom, this special team had detailed information about the entire city. After one group reached the city walls, they attacked and killed all the guards there. Then, they opened the door for the rest of General 2's army. As for the other group, they also infiltrated the city lord's mansion and started killing all the guards. City Lord Qiu Jing woke up to the sound of screaming. Without waiting for him to properly dress himself, he rushed to his study room while ignoring his wife. Immediately, he tried to activate a hidden formation that would allow him to communicate to the capital and asked for help. Unfortunately for him, there seemed to be something blocking his use of the flying pigeon hex. Qiu Jing sighed after seeing this, then he sat on a chair waiting for something. After a few minutes, the noise outside of his mansion stopped. Then he saw a young man leading a group of soldiers wearing deep dark armors. These armors seemed to be the same as the darkness, making it hard for the city lord to distinguish whether there were even other people beyond the young man. General 4 looked at City Lord Qiu Jing and waved for one of his men to capture him and his family. Afterwards, he sat on the chair and waited for his companions to finish their jobs. And just like that, in just a few hours, this entire city was occupied as swiftly as possible. After the great Xia army entered the city, they arrested all the available soldiers capable of fighting and imprisoned them. Then they took over the entire city. General Tu ordered that a few soldiers remain in the city in order to wait for the people from the great Xia dynasty. There were countless scholars and government officials located in the boat that were on their way to come govern the city they had occupied. After that, all three generals boarded their soaring phoenix construct and headed for the next city to conquer. For this legion, the night will be very long. As a matter of fact, the reason that this conquest seemed so easy was due to the fact that Wang Wei essentially modernized war in his dynasty. He used refining and formations to create modern inventions such as cars, trains, and planes, although they had different names. Then, he applied these things to the military. With the soaring phoenix construct or plane, his army can travel anywhere as fast as possible. After that, he took inspiration from the special ops and created armors that have the ability to enter stealth mode. Then, he trained a group of elite soldiers in the art of infiltration. That way, his army can be fast and efficient when taking down cities, and they can sacrifice less lives. In fact, Wang Wei wanted to actually invent guns as well. And he did not need to use gunpowder to do so. All he needed to do was install an array in a gun-shaped barrel that can shoot projectiles. These guns would then use blood or origin chi as energy to activate. Unfortunately, he failed. No, to be precise, he was prevented. When he was going to put his plan into action, Wang Wei suddenly felt an intense rejection from the world. He felt an intense will wanting to eject him out of this world. As such, he knew that Heavenly Tao was warning him not to so intensely change the way that war was waged in this world. Although Wang Wei was not very happy that someone prevented him from doing the things he liked, he still bore with it as he was not yet powerful enough to ignore Heavenly Tao. What's more, if he was exiled out of this world, he would be the one to lose greatly in the end. As such, he forbore for now. While General Tu led his legion to conquer many cities in the barbarian Wolf Kingdom, his boss, Li Jun, had just finished a fierce battle. Li Jun looked at the woman on the ground that had a hole in her throat with a calm face. Afterwards, he checked his own injury. His armor was mostly burned along with a few patches of his skin. Otherwise, he was perfectly fine. This person was way weaker than the one's big brother fought 2 years ago at the capital, muttered Li Jun. However, despite his victory, he was not too prideful. He knew that the reason that the fight went so easy was due to the fact that the dynasty's array prevented his opponent from using her advantage of flying in the air. Of course, Li Jun will not sell himself short. He was confident that if he had the ability to fly, he could easily challenge cultivators in the supernatural realm. And if he used all of his cards, he can still fight ordinary cultivators in the divine body realm. After pondering for a while, Li Jun raised his head and looked at the man that walked out of the Black Moon Sect's guardian formation. "You must be Sect Lord Ren Lu," asked Li Jun with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Sect Lord Ren Lu looked at the surrounding environment that was completely destroyed by these two people's fight. There were burned marks everywhere. Many holes could be seen all over the ground caused by spear piercing. A terrible slaughter intent was still lingering around, making him who was in the divine altar realm very uncomfortable. Ren Lu sighed and cupped his hand to Li Jun and bowed. "Slaughter God Li Jun, I would like to represent the Black Moon Sect and surrender to the great Xia dynasty." However, Li Jun just looked at him with a ferocious smile on his face. "Do you think that your sect can surrender so easily after sending such a powerful cultivator to attack us?" Sect Lord Ren Lu did not immediately answer. Then after a few seconds of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "Your Excellency, our sect. Do not mention to me the guardian array of your sect. You should be aware that it is only a matter of time before our army breaks it." After sighing for a second time, Sect Lord Ren Lu asked, "What do you want me to do in order to spare my Black Moon Sect?" "Simple," replied Li Jun with a calm look on his face. "Open the formation, then kill yourself." After hearing this, Sect Master Ren Lu was extremely calm. Then he took out a token, injected his origin chi inside, thus deactivating the guardian array of the sect. Immediately afterwards, he took out a sword from his space ring and inserted it straight into his heart, vomiting a big mouthful of blood. He did not pause or hesitate in his actions. Following which Sect Lord Ren Lu fell to the ground with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Li Jun watched all of this with a calm look on his face, then he ordered, "Someone go bury the Sect Lord properly, then enter the Black Moon Sect." All of you need to do is seal the cultivation of the people inside. If someone resists, just knock them down unconscious. Chapter 121. After sect master Ran Lu sacrificed himself, Li Jun kept his promise and just subdued the disciples and elders of the Black Moon sect. After the sect had fallen, many other scholars and government officials quickly took over all the territories of the Black Moon sect. A process that was remarkably fast and easy. Unlike other kingdoms and dynasties, the people living in those territories did not have any sense of belonging to the Black Moon sect, especially given how this sect views ordinary people as nothing but labor farms that take care of their lands for them. As such, when the common people heard that another powerful dynasty had conquered the tyrant known as the Black Moon sect, they were more than happy to hand over the power to the great Xia dynasty. Meanwhile, back in the barbarian wolf kingdom, after a few days of constant attack and occupying many cities, the legion headed by General Tu was discovered. The people of the barbarian wolf kingdom used a bunch of highly trained flying demonic beasts to uncover the position of the soaring phoenix constructs. As such, all three number generals were then forced to fight the kingdom's army in a head-on confrontation. On a vast plain, Generals 2, 4 and 5 stood in front of an army of about 100,000 soldiers. Meanwhile, opposite them stood an army at least 3 times their size led by more than 5 generals wearing armor with a wolf design for helmet. General Tu looked at the army preventing their advance, and he did not really care. What caught his attention was the more than 10,000 cavalry soldiers sitting on large wolves. He had read about the famous hunting wolf cavalry of the barbarian wolf kingdom. And personally, he was quite excited at the prospect of his army fighting head-on with them. However, he knew such a thing was impossible as that would cause too many casualties to his legion. As such, he waved his hand, then a soldier stepped forward and handed General Tu, who was sitting on a demonic horse, a small pill. General Tu looked at the pill with a smile, then threw it into the air. The commander of the barbarian wolf kingdom noticed his enemy throwing something, so he ordered his men to take a defensive formation. However, to his surprise, he realized that the oncoming projectile was not directed at their army, but to a few hundred meters outside of the battlefield. The commander had a puzzled look on his face until the pill hit the floor and an odd scent enveloped the entire. Immediately afterwards, the swift wolves under the hunting wolf cavalry soldiers became agitated and started acting up. The soldiers were quite surprised as these wolves were properly trained for many years and have always been docile. As such, they immediately used secret methods to calm them down and controlled them. However, it was to no avail. On the contrary, the swift wolves became more agitated, then all their eyes turned red. The wolves started to collectively howl in the sky. Then, without hesitation or care for their rider, they rushed in the direction that the pill landed. With more than 10,000 wolves rushing together, the cavalry's formation was instantly destroyed. The majority of riders were thrown off the back of their companion, then trampled to death by the pack. As the wolves rushed for that pill, they left a trail of blood and death behind them. The commander of the army tried to stop them by roaring out loud with his powerful Orichin Chi. However, no one listened to him. The wolves seemed to have all become mad at the exact same time. To be exact, they were overwhelmed by desires, greed especially. The pill that General Tu threw over was actually specially made by both Wang Wei and Yan Liling to deal with the hunting wolf cavalry. They used Wang Wei's origin chi ability that allowed demonic beasts to break free from bloodline restrictions. Yan Liling took a large amount of Wang Wei's origin chi, then mixed many spiritual materials that give off an intoxicating scent and refined it into a pill. Whenever this pill is used, it will drive all demonic beasts crazy. It will awaken in them the instinct or desire to evolve their own bloodlines. After the wolves reached the place the pill landed, a killing feast instantly took place. One wolf took the bite of another to prevent it from acquiring the pill. However, before the wolf could rejoice at its victory, someone from behind slashed him in his throat with a sharp claw. And just like that, the swift wolves started killing each other without any impunity for their actions or any regards for the same race. All these demonic beasts care about is killing one another until one person remains the victor. All the soldiers in the plain looked in horror as these wolves brutally massacred one another. There was blood, limbs, organs, and brain matter scattered everywhere. After a few minutes, the bestial brawl was over. And as expected, there was no final winner. The majority of the wolves were dead, and the ones still remaining alive were in no shape to battle. After seeing this, the morale of the barbarian wolf soldiers was terribly low. The hunting wolf cavalry has always been a symbol of might and invincibility throughout the kingdom. And yet, they suffered such a terrible defeat. What's even worse, they were not defeated in battle, and there was no glory in such a defeat. Because only a single pill took out such a prestigious legion. The commander of the kingdom's army realized the situation of his men and was prepared to do something to raise morale. Unfortunately, General Tu did not provide him with the opportunity. As soon as the wolves finished their slaughter, he ordered his army to march forward. Under order, all the soldiers of the great Xia dynasty started moving forward. With each step they took, they would strike their spears into their shields, creating a clashing sound. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was very rhythmic as it echoed throughout the vast plain. As the dynasty soldier approached their enemy, they had created a terrifying momentum for themselves. The soldiers of the barbarian wolf kingdom suddenly felt that someone was slowly squeezing their hearts, making their breathing unstable. If it was not due to the strict military discipline, many of them would have long run away as they watched the sound of death slowly approaching them. As a matter of fact, many soldiers have already planned out their escape route even before the battle started. As the two armies crashed, it was a one-sided slaughter. The great Xia soldiers were faster, stronger, and had better armor than the barbarian wolf soldiers. What's more, their troops' morale was at an all-time high. As such, the soldiers killed anything or anyone that stood in their way. With a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, they stabbed any person that was not wearing similar color armor as them. With coldness and ruthlessness in their eyes, the great Xia soldiers marched over their enemies' dead bodies, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. In fact, Generals 2, 4 and 5 were not surprised by this outcome. One of the benefits that Wang Wei has received in this world is the ability to train powerful armies quickly through martial arts. In the myriad emperor world, most armies are made up of cultivators. Wang Wei is even aware of armies made up entirely of supernatural realm cultivators. And there might be even more powerful ones. However, one of the downsides of cultivating such an army is that it takes too long to train. Even though the cultivation method used in the army sacrificed lifespans in order to increase strength and speed of cultivating, it still takes a very long time to train. However, the martial arts in this world is different. With a few changes of Wang Wei, he could quickly cultivate soldiers as powerful as the Divine Sea Realm as long as he had enough resources. This is something not possible in the myriad emperor world. Although martial arts also existed there, but it is only used by ordinary people who do not have leakless bodies to remain strong and healthy. Well, to be precise, it was used by nobles in mortal kingdoms and dynasties. With the help of martial arts, ordinary mortals can live up to 115 to 120 years, as long as they take good care of themselves. In fact, Wang Wei wanted to use martial arts to train his soldiers to have the strength of divine altar realm. However, only one person had reached such a strength through martial arts. He is known in this world as the martial ancestor, the creator or inventor of martial arts in this world. However, this person has been dead for countless years and there is no record of him leaving the method or technique to reach the strength of divine altar realm through martial art. Wang Wei has been searching for information about him throughout the world, hoping that he would find his legacy. As for the reason he did not create the method himself, it is because it would take too much time and he deemed it not worth it as this martial art method would probably only help him a little in the early stage of his cultivation. The battle between the great Xia dynasty and the barbarian wolf kingdom was still ongoing. After seeing the terrible defeat of his army, the barbarian wolf commander ordered his other 4 generals to interfere in the battle. However, General 2, 4 and 5 intercepted these people and began a fierce fight with them. Despite being outmatched 5-3, General 2, 4 and 5 still managed to easily kill their opponent as only 2 of them were in the divine altar realm. After this victory, General 2 led the great Xia army straight to the barbarian wolf's capital. Just like that, a month passed by. Wang Wei was sitting on his dragon throne while having a meeting with a few officials when brand new information was sent from the front lines. Are you saying that some outside force interfered in our conquest of the barbarian wolf kingdom's capital? Asked Wang Wei with a frown in his face. Yes, His Majesty, replied one of the Fate's Shadow Underground Censorate Wang Just Control. Who is it? Demanded Wang Wei. Well, it's... Chapter 122. After seeing the hesitation in the agent's face, Wang Wei said, You just need to inform me of the information you have gathered. You do not need to think about anything else. After hearing this, the agent sighed in relief before answering. According to the information sent back from the frontier, General Tu and his legion had already conquered the majority of the barbarian wolf kingdom, with the exception of the capital. However, as soon they were about to breach the city, 5 unknown and powerful divine altar realm cultivators appeared and prevented them from succeeding. Immediately afterwards, we sent some of our elite agents from the Fate's Shadow to investigate the origin or source of these people. Our findings was that they are most likely from the noble alliance of our dynasty. After the agent said this, the room immediately became silent. All the ministers had their eyes wide open, with some having fear in their eyes. The cunning ones could tell that something major was about to happen. Most likely? Asked Wang Ju with a frown on her face. The agent lowered his head before answering. We can confirm that they are indeed responsible for this. However, before we could gather enough evidence, the other party seemed to have noticed and destroyed all links that tied them with the people of the barbarian wolf kingdom. After hearing this, many officials realized that things become complicated. Without evidence, His Majesty cannot just randomly kill these nobles. After all, this dynasty is one that runs with rules and laws. There needs to be some sort of order or process when doing things. After pondering for a while, Wang Wei said, Go give my order to the royal guard captain to imprison all the nobles of the capital. All the officials were shocked, then many of them knelt on the ground and said together, Your Majesty, you cannot. Why? Replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. According to the laws of the dynasty, all people need a reasonable crime for them to be arrested, replied one of the ministers kneeling on the ground. From what I remember, my words were the law in this dynasty, replied Wang Wei with a nonchalant look on his face. After hearing this, cold sweat started to fall down these ministers' backs. Despite not releasing any aura, all the ministers in the room suddenly felt a heavy pressure pressing on them coming from Wang Wei. This was his natural aura cultivated as person in high position, as ruler of an entire dynasty, in charge of the lives of billions of people. The room became quiet. Over the years, these officials have grown accustomed to His Majesty's calm, collected, and relaxed demeanor. Unlike the majority of emperors of this world, His Majesty Wang Wei was truly a wise sage as he allowed his officials to express their opinions, to criticize his actions when necessary and to point out his shortcomings. However, as a result of this, many of the officials forgot the fact that His Majesty was in fact a very powerful cultivator who forged his throne with iron and blood. And in the great Xia dynasty, his words are still absolute. After realizing this, all the officials remained silent and dare not say anything again. After a few minutes of silence, Empress Dong Lifen opened her mouth and said, Your Majesty, you are right in saying that your words are absolute. However, it is better to use a softer method dealing with this situation. After all, you still have a reputation to uphold. Your Majesty might not care about reputation, but a good reputation can be of great use when dealing with newly conquered territories, especially to calm down and reassure the people. Wang Wei had a pensive look on his face after hearing this. Then he nodded. Afterwards, he looked at Wang Ju and asked, Do you still have the evidence of all the crimes these nobles committed before the dynasty was established? Yes, Your Majesty, replied Grand Censorate Wang Ju. In that case, use these evidences as an excuse to capture and imprison these nobles. Many of the officials secretly nodded in relief. As long as His Majesty does things according to the law, then they are relieved. These officials do not actually care about the lives of these fallen nobilities. As long as the sanctity of the law remains untouched and undamaged, they are more than satisfied, even if it is just on the surface. Suddenly, one of the officials that was still standing stepped up and said, Your Majesty, what should we do about the transcending mortality realm cultivator? Don't worry about this, replied Wang Wei. Then he gazed at the commander of the royal guard, which was an army designated solely to protect the royal family and the capital. Tell the captain to leave the Zhang, Lang, and Chong as the very last noble family to capture. The commander of the royal guard bowed, then left the palace to do as His Majesty ordered. Meanwhile, in the former Duke Shang residence, Patriarch Jianghu was crazily destroying everything in his room. He threw teapots and cups at the walls, he punched through all the tables and ravaged all the books around. Then he looked at the other 2 people sitting in front of him and said, Are you too stupid? Do you want our 3 ancient noble families to be destroyed? You are overreacting, Jianghu, said Patriarch Lungzan. That's right. This new emperor is all about respecting the law. Without proper evidence, He will not easily take action against our families, said Patriarch Chonglu. Didn't you notice this the past 2 years? He added. No matter what secret method our noble alliance uses, as long as we do not leave any evidence, at best, the officials will just impose a few meaningless taxes on us. After calming down a bit, Patriarch Jianghu looked at these two like two idiots and said, That is only because we did not do anything that greatly infringed on the benefit of His Majesty. Jianghu took a deep breath to calm himself down, then sat cross-legged on the floor. Why did you guys do this anyway? It could not be just to antagonize His Majesty? Patriarch Chonglu was silent for a moment before answering. It's because the royal family of the barbarian wolf kingdom offered us more than 70% of their family's wealth. Originally, the royal family asked us to sabotage the great Xia from the inside, added Patriarch Lungzan. However, knowing how powerful the great Xia dynasty has gotten the past few years, we refused. After hearing this, Zhang Yong sighed and did not say anything else. As such, the room became quiet for a few minutes. Only the sound of inhaling and exhaling could be heard. You do not need to worry too much, Zhang Yong. Nothing will happen to our alliance, said Lungzan. However, before he even finished his words, someone barged into the room while panting heavily. Zhang Yong's anger that has just subsided flared up again and he roared, I thought I told you not to interrupt me when receiving guesses in the study? But Patriarch, there is terrible news. The royal guards suddenly started to arrest all the noble families in the capital, responded the intruder. What? Said both Patriarch Lungzan and Chonglu, who immediately stood up at the same time. Zhang Yong's body trembled slightly after hearing this. What he feared the most had happened. Meanwhile, Xinglan rushed over to the servant and held him by the neck and said, Don't lie about something like that. Not lying. As such, Xinglan released the poor man after hearing this. After that, he started walking back and forth in the room while muttering, What to do, what to do, what to do. Then he immediately looked at Zhang Yong. Even Chonglu did the same as they both realized that they had made a grave error in judgment. As for Zhang Yong, he took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, Do not worry, I will take care of everything. However, you guys need to lay low for a while. After saying this, he completely ignored the other two and headed to another room in his mansion. There, Patriarch Zhang Yong had a flying pigeon hex installed in order to communicate with people. He took out a token and used his origin chi to activate the formation and send a message. Ancestor, I need your help again this time. What is this time? Then Zhang Yong explained in detail his next step of action. Meanwhile, back in the palace, Wang Wei and the officials were still waiting for the result from the royal guards while discussing other problems to deal with in the dynasty. After a few hours, someone hurried into the meeting room and handed a talisman to the agent responsible for reporting the news about the barbarian wolf kingdom, who then relayed the information to Wang Ju. What is it? Asked Wang Wei. Your Majesty, we just received news that 3 people flying destroyed countless houses in 3 different cities. However, there were no casualties during these incidents, replied Wang Ju. What about the flying people? They flew away before the formations were deployed, replied Wang Ju. An answer that made Wang Wei sighed. It seemed that our bait was unsuccessful, said Yan Liling suddenly. It's unfortunate, replied Wang Wei. Go and tell the royal guards to only capture all the properties of the Zhang, Lang, and Chong family. Many officials did not understand the conversation between His Majesty and the Chancellor. However, the few that did had sweat falling down their backs. It was then that they realized that His Majesty did not just use his overwhelming strength to become an emperor, but he also had an amazing tactical mind. It's just that he did not need to use it most of the time. Chapter 123. As a matter of fact, the officials were right in thinking that Wang Wei was cunning when necessary. Over the years, he did not stop thinking about how to get rid of these noble families that were a nuisance to his rule. As such, he wanted to kill their backer first, their hidden cards, the supernatural realm cultivators. As such, he invented an array that would prevent them from flying, then secretly trained people that were capable of instantly setting up this formation and scattered these people to different cities of the dynasty's territory. One of the reasons he acted so swift and brutal today was because he wanted to lure these supernatural realm cultivators to show themselves, then rapidly arrest them with the formation he created. Unfortunately, these people seemed to be on guard and just destroyed a few houses before immediately flying away. After sighing for a while that his plan failed, Wang Wei regained his bearing and continued the meeting. "What happened to the pills that I have asked you for?" suddenly asked Wang Wei to Yan Liling. "I'm not done refining them due to the large requirement. I'm still confused. Why do you need so many rare and high-quality pills?" responded Yan Liling with a confused look on her face. "I need them for something. I'll tell you all about it when everything is done." "Well, given the fact it is extremely hard for me to refine low-grade earth-tier pills without a divine sense, it will still take a while for me to refine all of them." "Well, take your time and give them to me when you are done," replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. Yan Liling just nodded and did not ask any further questions. However, someone else did. "Your Majesty," said one official, "what do we do with the war in the barbarian wolf kingdom?" "Send reinforcement immediately," responded Wang Wei without hesitation. "Tell General Tu that he has less than a week to breach the capital city." Everyone nodded and the court meeting of the day was officially over with all the ministers leaving. As usual, Empress Dong Lifen stayed behind to talk to Wang Wei. When the room was empty with the two of them left, she got up from her throne and bowed to Wang Wei and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for listening to my advice today." As smart as Dong Lifen is, she could tell that His Majesty had no plans to just brutally kill all the nobles without any reasons or official statement. However, when Wang Wei showed that he changed his mind after hearing Dong Lifen's plea, it provided her with more power in the court. It showed to the officials that the Empress had the ability to influence the Emperor. With the ability to influence the Emperor came the power to influence the entire dynasty. As such, there is nothing that officials fear and respect more than an Empress that can whisper to the Emperor's ear. After all, what if the Empress started to talk badly about any of them to His Majesty? Wang Wei smiled and waved for her to get up and sit down. To be honest, she was not the main reason that he acted so callous and indifferent during today's meeting. Over the years, in order to properly govern his dynasty, Wang Wei has been using the concept that the law is above everything and should be followed and respected. Although Wang Wei was not as harsh as the Qin's dynasty back on Earth, he was still very moderately strict when it came to the law of Great Xia. Unfortunately, a problem soon arose. A faction of scholars that worshipped the law was formed. These people called themselves the School of Law and became a rabid supporter of this way of ruling the dynasty. At first Wang Wei supported their factions as it made it easier to control the court. However, recently, these people seem to have gotten over their heads and started to play with the notion that even the emperor should be bound and restricted by the law. So today, Wang Wei used this opportunity not only to lure his enemy from the shadow, but also to send a message to these scholars that as long as he was here, his words will be absolute, and will be above everything in this dynasty, even the law he himself created. As for Dong Lifen's act of acquiring more power, he just provided an opportunity. In that situation, any of his ministers could have spoken and he would have listened. The fact that she spoke first and took this opportunity showed that she is politically savvy and knows when to take action. As for the reason that neither Wang Ju nor Yan Liling spoke, it was because none of the people cared about the struggle for political power. For one, they had plenty of power already in the Great Xia dynasty. Secondly, and more importantly, they are just travelers in this world. For them, the experience in this small world will one day become nothing but a fond memory that they reminisced about in their very long and fulfilling life. After sitting down, Wang Wei and Dong Lifen then began their study of the dynasty's qi luck. After a few hours, the Empress left happily as usual and Wang Wei checked his qi dragon. He smiled after noticing that a quarter of it had already returned to the color purple. Afterwards, he headed straight for a sealed room in the palace. After opening this secret room, Wang Wei saw countless puppets standing there without moving. All these puppets had human shape and emanated a powerful aura. After checking the room, a vicious smile appeared in Wang Wei's mouth before sealing the room and leaving. Meanwhile, back in the Black Moon sect's territory, Li Jun was sitting inside a military barracks while reviewing papers. After the Black Moon sect surrendered, he quickly brought people over from Great Xia to occupy the territories. After more than a month of hard work, all the people of this new territory became aware of the rules and regulations of Great Xi, including the benefits like free schooling and access to their own fertile lands as long as they pay their taxes. As such, it was quite easy for them to accept the new rule. After reviewing his paper, Li Jun looked at General One and asked, "What about the duel letters? Did the Iron Fist King accept the challenge?" "Yeah, Grand Commandant," responded General One. The Iron Fist King said that the duel can take place at the border of our territory 3 days from today. Li Jun nodded, not that surprised by the outcome. He did not just randomly make this plan. He did so after a deep and careful analysis of the history and character of the Iron Fist King. Suddenly, Li Jun noticed a hesitant look on General Tu's face. As such, he said, "If you have something to say, just do it." "Commandant, I'm just worried that the Iron Fist King will go back on his words. That all of this is just a trap against you." Li Jun nodded and did not admonish his subordinate for being so cautious. "As such," he replied, "given the character of the Iron Fist King, the chance of him going back on his words are very slim. However, even if he did so, it will not matter. The reason that I used this method to settle our territories was in order to be fast and efficient. If he goes back on his words, we'll just have to use the hard way to conquer the Iron Fist Kingdom." A fierce light flashed through Li Jun's eyes when he said that, then he continued, "And if it is indeed a trap?" Li Jun just sneered at the idea. With his strength, would he be afraid of any trap? However, he still took note of this possibility. He has also learned a great deal of things after the incident back in Blackwing City. As such, he decided to take a few elite soldiers to accompany him during this duel just in case something beyond his calculations goes wrong. 3 days later, at the border of the Black Moon Sect's territory and the Iron Fist Kingdom, Li Jun, wearing his armor and holding a spear, waited for someone to show up. After a few minutes, he saw an old man with white long hair and white beard traveling towards him on top of a horse-like demonic beast. After a few minutes, the old man stopped a few meters from Li Jun and descended from his mount. His armor shone under the light of the sun. He looked at his opponent and said, "Slaughter God Li Jun." "Iron Fist King Tai Gang," replied Li Jun while observing his opponent with a look of surprise in his eyes. He was surprised at the fact that the Iron Fist King was an old man, but his actual age. Based on secret methods he learned from the sect, without personally checking his body, he can roughly estimate that the Iron Fist King was actually only just over 100 years old. Given the fact that he is actually a peak divine altar realm cultivator, he should have at least 1,000 years of lifespan. And yet, Li Jun could actually see that he did not have long to live. The Iron Fist King looked at the soldiers a few thousand meters from them and asked, "You do not trust me? Well, it's just precautions. They will not have any effect on the battle." "Good then, let's get this started," replied the Iron Fist King with excitement after taking out a halberd as a weapon. Chapter 124. Li Jun rushed towards the Iron Fist King and stabbed him. His spear turned red and headed straight for the Tai Gang's head. However, the Mad King was not to be outdone. Without hesitation, he swung his halberd to block the oncoming attack. Bang! The two weapons clashed together, creating a powerful shock wave that destroyed the ground around them. Despite this, the two of them did not move an inch. After the first attack, the two of them continued to rapidly clash against each other. The air trembled and sparks could be seen when their two weapons met each other. From a distance, the soldiers could only see two shadows overlapping with each other. The weapons of the two of them also left only after images, signifying the fact that the two of them were moving faster than the ordinary eyes can capture. At first, the Iron Fist King could match with Li Jun, but after more than 10 clashes, he started to feel the pressure. Each strike of Li Jun seemed to become heavier and heavier. By the 30th clash, the Iron Fist King started to move backwards. With each step he took back, he managed to neutralize some of the force from Li Jun's spear. However, he knew that this was not a real solution to his situation. By the 40th clashes, the Iron Fist King started to expire profusely. His breathing was rapid, his steps were weak and his arms trembled with each swing. More importantly, his vast origin chi was running out faster than he expected. He looked at the normal and relaxed behavior of his opponent and sighed. "These extraterrestrial demons are as strong as I anticipated," thought the Iron Fist King in the midst of battle. He knew that this was not the way to go, so he changed tactics. When Li Jun attacked him again, he did not collide head-on. Instead, he moved his halberd sideways and blocked the attack. Then, he used the recoil of the attack to move a few meters away from his opponent. Li Jun looked at the Iron Fist King a few meters away from him and did not chase after him. After all, his purpose was to subdue him, not kill him. As such, he will also allow his opponent to use all his cards and defeat him with absolute strength to show the difference between them. After taking a few seconds to breathe heavily, the Iron Fist King managed to regain some strength and stamina. More importantly, all the 270 divine veins inside his body absorbed the spiritual chi around him to replenish his origin chi. The Iron Fist King was surprised by the fact that his opponent allowed so much time to recover, but he did not care about the reason. As long as he managed to have a satisfying battle, he did not care about anything else. After recuperating his strength, the Iron Fist King decided to use a different method. He raised his halberd in the air and swung down. With a swish sound, a more than 30 meters vertical slash headed straight towards Li Jun. The slash destroyed anything that was in its way, the ground and the air. When Li Jun noticed the green slash coming his way, he did not falter. His spear turned red and directly pierced the slash. Boom! An explosion occurred after the two attacks touched each other. The ground around Li Jun exploded into countless pieces with debris flying everywhere. However, Li Jun did not care about this. What he cared about was the fact that this was not a normal attack, but a spiritual one. After clashing with the slash, countless images suddenly appeared in his mind. He saw the death of all his concubines, his companion Yan Liling, his mother and father. He even saw Wang Wei's death. For a brief moment, a deep fear suddenly enveloped Li Jun, fear of losing the people closest to him, fear of being alone in the world. However, after a brief moment, these images disappeared. As a person who passed the pagoda trial, Li Jun has a powerful Dao heart and willpower. What's more, his spirit is way more powerful than the Iron Fist King. The Iron Fist King watched with a frown how his opponent easily destroyed his attack. This move was one of his most powerful and proud methods. Being able to bring out the inner fear of his enemy, then weakening their combat ability. The Iron Fist King has always been proud of how strong his spirit was, as it was cultivated through countless battles. Spirit attacks, huh? Said Li Jun with a smile on his face. Why don't you try mine? After saying that, Li Jun also used a flying attack from a distance. However, his attack was not a slash, but a more 40 meters long spear manifested from the origin weapon in his hand, headed straight for his opponent. After seeing this, the Iron Fist King's face changed and he mobilized all the origin chi in his body to prepare to defend. Instead of using another flying attack, the Iron Fist King clashed heads with the oncoming spear. His halberd turned green as he clashed with the upcoming red spear. Boom! The halberd clashed with the attack, creating a powerful explosion in the surrounding slash. Nevertheless, the Iron Fist King still managed to stop the attack for a brief moment. However, it was only for a short while. Immediately afterwards, the spear pushed him backwards, leaving skidding marks on the ground. However, the Iron Fist King was still trying to stop the attack. He vomited a big mouthful of blood and his old face became pale. However, he did not stop. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes as he used more strength in order to stop the attack. He mobilized all the origin chi possible and strengthened the muscles in his arms to increase his power. This method was somewhat useful. With this newfound power, the spear slowed down dramatically, but it still did not stop completely. As such, the Iron Fist King was miserable. He threw up countless mouthfuls of blood. His armor was mostly destroyed and he seemed to have aged considerably. After being pushed for more than a few hundred meters, the spear was stopped and disappeared. However, before the Iron Fist King could breathe a sigh in relief, an intense desire to slaughter invaded his mind. He secretly cursed as he realized that he was affected by a spiritual attack. The Iron Fist King's eyes suddenly turned red as he felt his mind slowly being swallowed by the desire to kill. He tried to fight the urge by himself, but it was to no avail. As such, he tried physical pain to wake him up. He clenched his teeth and hands until both his mouth and palms were bleeding. This pain seemed to be useful, so the Iron Fist King sought to use this method. Without hesitation, he stabbed the pointy end of his halberd straight into his thigh. He screamed out loud in agony. However, the intense throbbing pain managed to distract him from his desire to kill. Immediately afterward, the Iron Fist King knelt in one knee to support himself. Despite his act of self-mutilation, the Iron Fist King realized that even this level of pain was not enough to completely free himself from Li Jun's spiritual attack of slaughter. As such, he started to twist the halberd that was still stuck on his raised leg. Blood squirted out his thigh as the Iron Fist King screamed out loud. However, he did not stop for even a second. After a few minutes, he stopped his actions as he could feel that he already got his bearing back. The intense urge to kill all things in existence slowly faded away until it was completely gone. The Iron Fist King breathed rapidly as he felt exhausted both physically and spiritually. He looked at Li Jun with a little bit of fear in his eyes. However, immediately afterwards, his fears were replaced by a desire for battle, even though he was not in the shape to fight right about now. Your plan will not succeed, suddenly said Li Jun, who watched all the Iron Fist King's actions with a calm look on his face. What do you mean? I figure out the reason why you are so young, yet you have so little lifespans left. You used battles between life and death to break through the cultivation realm quickly, said Li Jun while placing his spear on his shoulder. Is there something wrong with that? Well, there is. If you do it once or twice, it will be fine. But, if you do it constantly, you will use your lifespan to pay for each breakthrough. The Iron Fist King's eyes lit up after hearing this. He has been pondering the reason for his rapid aging. He thought it was because there was something wrong with his cultivation technique, but it seemed that it was not the case. The Iron Fist King then sighed after realizing his mistake. Then he asked, "What do you mean that my plan will not work?" Chapter 125. Li Jun smiled after hearing the question and explained, "You probably wanted to break through the supernatural realm during a life-and-death situation. However, the success of such a thing is almost impossible." "Why is that?" asked the Iron Fist Kingdom with genuine concern. Although he managed to successfully cultivate to the peel of the Divine Altar realm, his cultivation technique method did not have the method to break through to the next realm. As such, when he received the due invitation, he accepted without hesitation as he believed this powerful extraterrestrial demon could give him just the right amount of pressure that allowed to break through. Unfortunately, he seemed to have not only underestimated the difficulty in breaking through the transcending mortality realm, but also how strong his opponent actually was. It may be possible to use life and death situations to break through the body refining, divine sea, and divine altar realm. However, the supernatural realm is actually a transformation of life level. Cultivators will go from the early phase of cultivation to the middle phase. A perfect example is the fact that a supernatural realm will have at least 10,000 years of lifespan, which is 10 times that of the divine altar. You still did not explain how it is impossible to break through? Asked the Iron Fist King. In order to reach this realm, a cultivator must catch a ray of good fortune chi from heaven and earth. When this chi blends in with the divine altar, an ancient lamp will be formed to hold the good fortune flame. The good fortune flame is actually quite the magical thing. It allows cultivators' origin chi to transform into origin essence. It allows cultivators to open their Niwen aperture and have their own sea of consciousness, thus granting cultivators access to their soul. Now, imagine that you have to do all these transformations and baptizement while in the midst of battle. Without a peaceful environment full of spiritual power, this very precise process can fail with the tiniest of mistakes. The Iron Fist King frowned after hearing this. He realized that his plan was actually quite dangerous. Not to mention whether his enemy would give him time to make his breakthrough. Even if he did, he might still fail. First of all, he did not even know what the chi of good fortune was, let alone find it and catch it to make his breakthrough. Even if he did, how long would such a wonderful and powerful transformation of the essence of life take him? Probably years if not decades. How could he do such a thing while fighting for his life? The Iron Fist King sighed after realizing his errors due to lack of knowledge and inheritance. After pondering for a while, he looked at Li Jun and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" "Something tells me it is not because you are absolutely sure of your victory?" "You are indeed right," responded Li Jun with a smile. "My big brother wants you to acknowledge allegiance to him." "Big brother? You mean the Emperor of Xia wants me to become a general under him?" "No, you misunderstood. To us, this world is nothing but a trial for which we will eventually leave. My big brother acknowledged your abilities and wanted you to follow us back to our world when we leave here." The Iron Fist King's eyes lit up after hearing this. He knew that these extraterrestrial demons came from a very powerful world. There are even rumors that their world actually has great emperors. After pondering for a few moments, the Iron Fist King then said, "I can agree to your request, but I have a request." "What is it?" "As long as it is in my power, I can do my best to help." "I can see that you did not use all your strength during this fight," said the Iron Fist King with a dangerous light in his eyes. "I want you to attack me with your most powerful attack." "Are you sure about this?" asked Li Jun with a frown on his face. With your current situation, you will probably not survive my strongest attack. It's all right. Anyway, it's just death, replied the Iron Fist King with a nonchalant attitude. Li Jun looked at the determined look on his opponent's face and he could guess the reason for the request. Although the Iron Fist King believed the words he said previously, he was not convinced before trying. After all, he is a man with strong willpower. How can he easily change a decision he has made, especially when it comes to his future cultivation path? As such, Li Jun did not try to persuade him anymore. He gathered all his strength and rushed towards the Iron Fist King. His spear lit up red and he yelled, "Blood riot," before stabbing his opponent. The Iron Fist King's eyes lit up when he saw this attack. A sudden dread of death overcame and he could feel like he would die if he was hit by this attack. With a strong will, the Iron Fist King overcame his fear of death and began to mobilize his last remaining strength to fight back. However, to his horror, he discovered that his body could not move. He suddenly felt that all the blood in his body was not under his control and he could not move. Then, all his blood started to move backward from his body, destroying anything in its path in order to return to the heart. Once all his blood reached his heart, it condensed into a small ball, then exploded. Boom! The Iron Fist King heard an exploding sound in his mind, then looked at Li Jun's spear that was only a few centimeters from his heart. He vomited a large mouthful of blood, however. Immediately afterwards, blood started to come out in every orifice in his body. Whether it was his eyes, noses, ears, and even the pores in his skin. With an incredible look on his face, the Iron Fist King fell on his back with his body looking quite stiff. Li Jun looked at him on the ground and shook his head. He took a pill from his space ring and a look of pain could be seen on his face as he looked at the pill. Well, he could not help as this was a high-grade Earth-tier pill that primordial spirit realm cultivators can use. It's not that Li Jun did not have access to higher levels of pills, but this was the highest level of pills allowed in the trial. What's worse, this pill was actually a healing one, which made it even more valuable. However, Li Jun did not hesitate much to feed this pill to the Iron Fist King. Another reason that he chose such a valuable pill was due to the fact that it could help alleviate the Iron Fist King's problem with his lifespan. After feeding him the pill, he carried him back to the military barrack. While the Iron Fist King was resting, Li Jun was reviewing the last attack he made during this fight. As a matter of fact, this move was not actually a part of the heaven fighting scripture that he cultivated, but one he created himself after years of study. When he started to cultivate, his big brother Wang Wei warned him to not strictly follow the scripture and to think of his own Tao instead. Although the heaven fighting scripture provided a step-by-step guidance on how to cultivate the Tao of fighting, Li Jun chose his main Tao to be slaughter. His dream, or should say goal, is to be a fierce general that slaughters all the enemies in his big brother's path of the emperor. Although Li Jun knew that this was probably an unrealistic goal, he will give in all his effort trying. So, this blood rebellion technique is his first step on cultivating his Tao of slaughter, and he is satisfied with this result. Just like that, 4 days passed and the Iron Fist King finally woke up from his coma. He looked around and muttered in a weak voice, "Am alive?" He raised his hand and immediately noticed something different. His hands were not as wrinkled as he remembers them to be. He even noticed that his voice was also different. It was full of vitality. A few minutes after waking up, Li Jun walked into the medical room and said, "It seems that you are recovering rapidly. I guess I owed all of this to you. Well, as long as you do go back on your promise, everything will be fine." Tai Gang is man of his words. Since I promised to surrender to His Majesty Wang Wei, then I will do so. Li Jun nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. He chatted with the Iron Fist King for a while before leaving him to rest. Meanwhile, in the Great Shu Dynasty, National Teacher Feng Hung was walking with a frown on his face. After checking all the Taoist temples in the capital, he realized that the incense power contained there had mysteriously disappeared. Even after checking thoroughly, he could not find the reason. While walking around, someone approached Feng Hang and handed him a paper, and the frown on his face increased after reading. According to the information he just received, this situation was exactly the same in the other temples around the Great Shu Dynasty. Feng Hang knew that the Tai Profound Gate had a strict and severe rule when it came to absorbing incense power. Although he himself knew that he did not do such a thing, however, if one of his competitors used this event as an excuse to attack him, he would be in quite the tough spot. As such, Feng Heng started to mobilize all the power of the dynasty to investigate the situation. Chapter 126. After giving his orders, Feng Heng returned to his own main temple. When he reached his cultivation room, he suddenly saw a middle-aged man standing there waiting for him. The middle-aged man had a calm and serene look on his face. His eyes radiated a profound wisdom that made anyone who approached him instantly have a good impression of him. Despite the man's unusual temperament, this was not the thing that caught people's attention when first meeting. His most noticeable or recognizable trait was his short black hair. Unlike most people who keep their hair long, this man had very short hair. Although it was to the point of being completely bald, it was quite close to it. However, this short somehow accentuated his calm and peaceful vibe. Feng Heng looked at the man with a surprised look on his face and asked, "Master?" The man just nodded to Feng Heng, who rushed to meet him with an exciting smile on his face. "Master, you seemed all right now." "No, you seemed better than all right." "Yes. I have found something that stabilized my primordial soul." "Really?" "Ha, who would have thought that such a small world would have such a powerful thing?" responded Feng Heng, genuinely happy for his master. "Yes, who would have thought?" nodded the middle-aged man. "Disciple, how are things going recently?" "I just received an envoy from the Great Zhou dynasty asking us to not interfere in their battle with the Great Wu dynasty." "So, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to accept, after all. Remaining neutral was our original plan. However, the people of the Great Wu dynasty need to pay certain prices to buy our neutrality," responded Feng Heng while looking out a window in his room. Feng Heng's master nodded after hearing this, then he suddenly asked, "Something seemed to be on your mind. What happened?" "Master, I just discovered that a large portion of incense power was absorbed in the temples throughout the dynasty. I'm just worried about this." A gleam of light flashed from Shifuyu's eyes after hearing his disciple's words and asked, "Did you find the culprit?" "That's the problem, Master. I have not found anything despite personally searching with, well, you know what." Shifuyu nodded as he understood the meaning behind his disciple's words. "Do you think that one of your competitors in the sect did it?" "It's unlikely. As the Tao child of the sect, I am the only one chosen to participate in this trial." "Disciple, you are too tender. Do you think your competitors will easily give up the position of Tao child?" "Even if they cannot attend the trial with the supporters they have, they can easily sneak in a few of their subordinates into this world in order to cause you trouble." Feng Heng frowned after hearing this and started thinking. The Tai Profound Gateway of choosing a successor is different from the Tao Opening sect. While the Tao Opening sect was decided purely based on strength, Wang Wei being the only exception, the Tai Profound Gates process is more complicated due to it being a religious sect based on Taoism. Besides strength, its successor, aptly named Tao Child, is chosen based on the amount of people supporting them in the sect and, more importantly, their understanding of the sect's philosophies and teachings. In the Tai Profound Gate, this is called Dharma Heart or Dharma Perception. One of the reasons that Feng Heng was able to become the Tao Child was due to his profound Dharma perception. And the reason he had such a deep understanding of Taoist Dharma was because his master, Shifuyu, personally explained it in great detail to him. As such, Feng Heng has a great deal of respect for his master. Not only because of his powerful origin, but because of his profound understanding of Taoism. After his master pointed out the possibility of his competitor sending spies to try to sabotage his trial, he realized that this was actually a possibility. Even if he failed this trial, his status would not be affected that much. As the sect's Tao child, he is the heaven chosen selected to fight for the heaven will in this generation. One failure is not enough for him to be disposed of his position. However, if he was ever caught in possession of incense power, then he would be in a difficult situation, even if he did not personally absorb it. After thinking about this, Feng Heng decided to spend more resources focusing on finding the spies his competitor sent in this world. At the same time, Shifuyu nodded with a smile after this. Great Zhou Dynasty. Imperial Palace. Ji Song sat in his dragon throne and looked at the envoy that had just arrived back from the Great Shu Dynasty. His bulging muscles could be seen from his dragon robe, and he emanated a majesty at all times. "So, what was the result?" he asked. The envoy trembled a little after hearing the question before answering. "Your Majesty, they agreed to not interfere, but they have some demands?" "What demands?" asked Ji Song back, who had anticipated this outcome.
The envoy took out a paper with a list of the demands and intended to hand it over to someone that would then give it to His Majesty.
However, the paper suddenly flew from his hand and landed on Ji Song's hand, who immediately started reading it. After taking a brief overview of the list of demands, Ji Song frowned for a little while before going back to normal. The list mostly demanded population. Although the quantity was quite large, it did not go over his bottom line. As such, he readily agrees with the terms.
Immediately afterwards he stood up from his chair and said, "Now that everything is ready, let's start the war with the great Wu dynasty.
I never liked these cunning snakes. I will personally lead the battle for this war." After saying this, Ji Song ignored the dissuasion of his ministers and headed straight for the military barracks. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Ji Su sighed and did not say anything regarding this matter. Back in the Great Xia dynasty,
the Iron King Fist, who has just healed from his injury, was sitting in a soaring phoenix construct flying back to the capital to meet Wang Wei. "Is it true that people can become great emperors in your world?" asked the Iron Fist King with a cunning gleam of light in his eyes.
Li Jun noticed this gleam and he could understand the reason behind this, but he did not say anything, but just smiled and said, "It's true. Our world has given birth to countless great emperors. I wonder what it is like to be so powerful," muttered the Iron Fist King under his breath. After a few hours, the two of them reached the capital and went to see Wang Wei, who was sitting on his dragon throne. After entering the meeting room, the Iron Fist King looked at the officials around and ignored them. He glanced lightly at Wang Wei before bowing. "Tai Gang has seen His Majesty." Wang Wei nodded to him to rise and he took a good look at this charismatic Mad King. Due to the precious pill Li Jun used to heal, he looked a lot younger than the image he saw of him. He no longer looked like a decrepit old man, but more like someone in his 60s. After close observation, Wang Wei discovered that this Iron Fist King did fully respect him. Or to be precise, he seemed to have some ideas that he should not have. As such, Wang Wei suddenly used the power of his true will granted by his Transcendent Tao Foundation, and he looked the Iron Fist King straight into the eyes. Suddenly, the Iron Fist King felt tremendous pressure from Wang Wei's eyes. He felt like every secret on him had been seen through. Then he saw countless strings attached to him and started to strangle him. The Iron Fist King felt a supreme pressure that wanted him to kneel down in allegiance. However, he refused to do so. He bit the tip of his tongue to alleviate the pressure. However, it was of no use. He suddenly coughed off a mouthful of blood and knelt in one knee on the ground. However, he was still resisting the pressure, the supreme will that enveloped him. However, to his horror, he discovered that his divine altar started making creaking sounds, and more new cracks started appearing. He could feel that his divine altar would be destroyed if he resisted anymore, but he refused to give up. As a man who can easily accept death, being crippled was nothing to him. Nevertheless, the Iron Fist King still felt humiliated. Not at the fact that he was forced to kneel down, but at the fact that his opponent just needed one look to make him into this severe situation. After resisting the supreme will for a few seconds, the Iron Fist King was eventually forced to his knees. He sighed and stopped resisting. He realized the vast difference between him and these extraterrestrial demons. He quickly erased the ambitious thought he had in his mind. Or at the very least, bury it deep until he has the strength to do so. Wang Wei nodded after seeing this and said, "Although your foundation is weak, you have a strong will and you are also a person who knows when to bow to circumstances. Well, welcome Tai Gang to be a member of my group." Chapter 127. After teaching the Iron Fist King a lesson to make him realize his place as a subordinate, Wang Wei nodded, then took out a talisman from his space ring, which was then handed over to Tai Gang. After getting the talisman, the Iron Fist King got up from the floor and wiped out the blood dripping down the corner of his mouth and inserted his origin chi into the talisman. Suddenly, a lot of information was inserted into his mind. As a result, the face of the Iron Fist King became increasingly ugly as he kept reading on. The information he received was actually just basic knowledge of the myriad emperor world. For example, the body refining realm had 12 layers instead of the 9 he previously believed. The highest amount of divine veins was actually 365. As for the 270 he had, it was the bare minimum required to break into the next realm. However, people who did that had the worst foundation possible among cultivators. Although the talisman explained that having a bad foundation does not always equate to strength, as some people have terrible foundations but their strength are unimaginable. Nevertheless, without a strong foundation, the future of these people will always be limited. It is impossible for a normal foundation, body refining 9th layer, to break through the saint realm. At the same time, it is almost impossible for a saint foundation, 10th layer, to reach the supreme realm.
Although the Iron Fist King tried to find solace in the fact that this information mentioned the fact that it was almost impossible to achieve, meaning that there were exceptions to this rule,
he knew that this was a long shot. As such, despite showing a calm look on the surface, his rapid breathing and accelerated heartbeat showed otherwise. Wang Wei noticed the Iron Fist King's reaction and said, "You do not need to worry about these things. When we return home, as my subordinate, you are guaranteed the method to achieve a supreme foundation. As for the more powerful Dao foundation, you have to use the sex points to acquire one. This will depend on your capability." After hearing this, the Iron Fist King took a deep breath and bowed to Wang Wei. This time he did not bow slightly, but did a 90-degree bow and said, "Thank you for the opportunity." Despite losing to Li Jun and acknowledging his surrender, the Iron Fist King was a proud man who believed that he was not in any way inferior to these extraterrestrial demons.
He believed that the main difference between him and these foreign guests was the fact that he did not have the same amount of resources and opportunity granted to them by birth.
However, after reading all the information on that talisman, he realized that things were not as simple as he believed them to be. The difference between the people of this world was not just resources, talents, or opportunity, it was a vast difference in civilization.
The world that these foreigners came from have way more knowledge and understanding of not only the cultivation path, but of the ways of heaven and earth.
Adding to their long and preserved history, these people have countless inheritances left from their predecessors. Meanwhile, this warring kingdom world has a recorded history of about 2 to 5 million years.
If it was before, the Iron Fist King would have thought that this was a long period of time. However, according to the information he just read, cultivators in the Supreme Realm can actually live that long. In fact, there is a high chance that the person who passed down the cultivation method of this world is still alive somewhere out there.
After dealing with the Iron Fist King's affair, Wang Wei began to discuss the affairs of Great Xia. He looked at Li Jun and asked him to report the situation of the war. According to recent reports, Generals 2, 4 and 5 have breached the barbarian Wolf Kingdom capital, thus effectively conquering the whole kingdom. The people of the Black Moon Sect's territory have also surrendered without any problem. To be precise, they have welcomed us with open arms. In the past few days, we have conquered the Iron Fist Kingdom. However, there have been revolts all over the territory.
But now that the Iron Fist King is awake, we should be able to quell the anger of the people and settle the territory once for a while.
After saying this, Li Jun looked at the Iron Fist King, who just nodded in agreement. Wang Wei was satisfied as always with Li Jun's work and nodded in approval.
Well, now that our territory is so vast, the current division may not be enough. Wang Wei suddenly stopped his words and looked in the corner and roared out loud, "Who dares to intrude in this court's meeting?"
Everyone was surprised by the sudden roar and looked in the same direction as His Majesty, but there was nothing there. As such, many people became puzzled, while some people believed that His Majesty had made a mistake. Of course, with the exception of Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Wang Ju. They knew that it was impossible for Wang Wei to make a mistake. However, even they could not detect anything after looking. After seeing no one answered his call, Wang Wei instantly mobilized his powerful fleshly body and threw a punch. His skin and muscle vibrated rapidly and the vibration traveled into the air directed at the corner. Boom! The entire palace trembled and an explosion took place. Cracks started to appear everywhere in the palace, forcing many palace maids and eunuchs to cry in fear. Afterwards, someone flew from the palace. The person or shadow hit many walls and pillars on his way until he reached the palace's courtyard and landed on his knees. The shadow threw out a big mouthful of blood and organs. His clothes were broken and numerous dust stains could be seen on it. The only place intact was the mask that this shadow was wearing. Soon after the shadow landed, Wang Wei and a group of officials appeared and surrounded the shadow. "Who are you?" asked Wang Wei. "Just an ordinary assassin," replied the shadow with a weird voice that prevents anyone from distinguishing whether it is male or female.
"If an ordinary assassin can easily infiltrate the royal palace and reach more than 20 meters close to me before I even noticed, then I really wonder what extraordinary assassins are capable of," replied Wang Wei with a sneer on his face. The shadow spit out a mouthful of blood and asked, "I'm curious on how you were able to notice me. I mean, even the divine body realm lady over there did not find me." "It was because I felt the fluctuation of your soul," replied Wang Wei calmly. "Now that I answered your question, it's your turn to respond to mine."
Who are you? Who sent you?
However, the shadow just got up from his one knee and did not answer the question. Wang Wei did not let go and continued. "In fact, I can guess by your strength and method that you are from the Death Order Palace."
What I'm wondering is who hired you?
The shadow finally spoke and said, "Since you know that I am from the Death Order Palace, you should be aware that we never reveal the identity of our clients." Wang Wei sneered after hearing this.
"I do not need you to say anything to know who it is. You people from the Death Order Palace are also known for doing things only for money.
And of all the people in this trial that I know would do such a shameless thing as hiring outside help are only the clowns of the Great Shu dynasty.
So, I guess that it was probably Crown Prince Sun when that sent you."
However, this time, the shadow did not say anything. However, Wang Wei still continued. "Well, based on how your soul fluctuated just now, it seemed that my deduction was correct." Suddenly, the shadow laughed out loud.
His laughter was creepy as it sounded like countless voices laughing together. Worthy of sacred son Wang Wei, the heaven chosen currently viewed as the most threatening of this generation. Not only strength is unparalleled, but also possesses extraordinary wisdom. Many people feared that you would be just like your father, but they were wrong. They should be worried whether you will be more terrifying than him. "Should I be proud that some random people praise me?"
answered Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. You're right that you should not be proud," answered the shadow.
"Compared to the one in the western White Tiger continent, you are still a little far behind."
A flash of intense dread appeared in the shadow's eyes after saying this.
An emotion that Wang Wei detected through soul fluctuation. However, immediately afterwards, the shadow disappeared without a trace right in front of everyone. Wang Wei immediately concentrated to feel any soul fluctuation, but he failed this time and did not find anyone. Instantly, he activated his true vision ability and saw the Qi luck dragon of everyone around. Suddenly, he noticed a strange purple Qi dragon outside the capital. Without hesitation, he flew straight to the sky and headed for it. However, midway en route, the Qi dragon instantly disappeared, and by the time Wang Wei arrived outside the city, he could not find anything. After looking for a few minutes without success, Wang Wei returned back to the palace and supervised the reconstruction. Chapter 128. After returning to the Imperial Palace, Wang Wei supervised the reconstruction of the destroyed parts. With the help of countless cultivators that can easily carry tons of weight, the entire palace was reconstructed in just a few hours. Back in the Dragon Throne, all the officials had a severe look on their faces. The emperor had just been assassinated, and yet, no one realized this, yet alone reacted fast enough to prevent this. The commander of the royal guard knelt in front of Wang Wei asking for him to be punished. In fact, Wang Wei did not blame him. Even he himself realized the assassination once the person got so close to him. So, how could he blame the commander? However, seeing the way he was blaming himself, Wang Wei could guess that he probably would not accept it if he did not punish. As such, he deducted half a year of salary and sent him to the frontier to open territory and promised to reinstate his position after he acquired enough merits. In fact, many people blame themselves for failing to prevent this assassination. However, the person most affected was in fact Wang Ju. As a person in charge of intelligence and assassinations, and a cultivator in the divine body realm, she did not even notice the presence of the shadow. Her job is in fact to protect Wang Wei from situations like this. In the Dao opening sect, every generation of shadow is not only in charge of gathering information for the sect master, but also to protect them from dark plots and schemes. The shadow's job is to do the dirty work of the sect master and to protect him from other people who do dirty work. Wang Ju knew from a very young age what her duty was, and she has managed to do this job quite well. Until today, that is. Today, Wang Ju realized her inadequacy. This generation of heaven chosen are not only growing rapidly, but they are also very powerful. They already have the power to fight the divine body realm while in the divine altar realm. Today's event made Wang Ju realize that her talents might not be enough to keep up with this generation's heaven chosen. Maybe, one day in the future, someone else will take over her position. After thinking about this, She sighed and placed these thoughts in the back of her head. However, a frown was still on her face throughout the meeting. Meanwhile, Wang Wei first discussed how to calm down the people after the assassination. After all, it is easy to notice how the palace was destroyed. Many of the citizens were currently worrying about the situation. The next major discussion was about the next opponent that the great Xia have to face. The Fang divine dynasty. Well, Wang Wei can see how prideful and narcissistic the ruler of this dynasty is just by the name. However, unlike other enemies he faced, he has to take this one seriously as it is headed by one of the heaven chosen from that is participating in this trial.
Grand Censorate. Grand Censorate.
Wang Ju, yelled Wang Wei.
His Majesty, responded Wang Ju. Did you say something?
I'm asking you to explain the details of the Fang divine dynasty.
Yes, as you wish, nodded Wang Ju, who took a deep breath to regain her bearing.
The Fang divine dynasty is run by Empress Fang Lijuan, a member of the divine clan. She is this generation's divine child of the Fang family who was chosen to participate in the trial. As a matter of fact, there is another member of the divine clan in this world. As far as we know, the two of them seem to be in an alliance. However, this was not unexpected as the divine clans are usually part of the divine Dao League. After Wang Ju finished her introduction, the majority of officials were in fact puzzled. As such, one person bravely asked,
I'm sorry, Grand Censorate, but I'm very confused. What is the divine clan? Are they gods? And what exactly is this divine Dao League you referred to?
Wang Ju did not immediately answer the question, but gazed at Wang Wei instead. After seeing him nodding with his head, she then explained, the divine clans refer to a family that has cultivated a great emperor. Then, the great emperor left his Dao in his blood to pass down to the next generation. As a result, the members of the divine clans are thus born with a bunch of extraordinary abilities derived from their bloodlines.
So, they are like the blood human race of this world, said another official.
Afterward, all the members of Wang Wei's group looked at this person with a speechless look on their face. I am speechless at the fact that you just compare the bloodline of a great emperor with a bunch of demonized humans, said Yan Liling. The official who said the previous comment became embarrassed and dare not raise his head again.
Excuse me, His Majesty, said the Minister of Education.
From what we know, you are also from an emperor lineage, meaning that one of your ancestors was also a great emperor, so why are you not part of the divine clan?
You look too highly at these divine clans.
They are nothing but a bunch of prideful, arrogant, and miserable people who are shackled by the very bloodline that they are so proud of, said Wang Wei with a sneer in his face. In fact, not just him. Even Li Jun and Yan Liling had the same sneer on their faces. Clans like the Wang, Li, and Yan were always at odds with the people of the divine clans. Despite his words, Wang Wei could still some confusion in his official's face, so he further elaborated. Our ancestors also ponder whether to pass their own Dao through bloodline. However, through observing the demon race, they soon realized the grave downside or defect of bloodline. Although it will provide descendants with powerful talents and many abilities, it will also restrict them. The people who have bloodlines are often limited by said bloodlines. Since the Dao of a great emperor already existed inside the divine clan's descendants, it became increasingly difficult to cultivate other Dao than the ones they are born. As such, the majority of them abandoned studying other Daos and focused on the ones they are innately born.
Is there something wrong with that? Asked the Minister of Education.
Of course there is, answered Wang Wei. Without your own Dao, it is absolutely impossible to become a great emperor. Even if the heaven will was placed right in your hands, you still could not become an emperor. The consequences of this is the fact that the majority of families belonging to the divine clans have only one great emperor, which is their ancestor that started the clan in the first place. A select few have cultivated a second emperor. However, the numbers of these families can be counted in one hand. The officials finally understood what the so-called divine clan is all about. However, despite how His Majesty despised these clans, the majority of these officials had a look of envy and yearning in their face. Wang Wei's secret shook his head after seeing this. Then he continued to explain, these divine clans are doomed to be exterminated or weakened with the passage of time. After billions of years, they have long understood the downside of their bloodlines. However, they still refuse to change and adapt to the time. Instead, they bonded together by forming the Divine Dao League. Through years of intermarriage, they have strengthened their alliance, and preserved the power of their bloodlines. Unfortunately, this method has only slowed down their weakening of their power. With each generation, they became more and more irrelevant.
I do not know how many years the Divine Tao League did not have a proper heaven chosen to represent them in the Heaven Will battle.
However, it seems that this time they have more than one. After analyzing the information regarding the Feng Divine Dynasty, the official came up with the plan to postpone the war to a month later, as they had just finished conquering 3 kingdoms and had not fully taken control of them. After a month, Li Jun and the 5 named generals will reunite and attack the Feng Divine Dynasty together. Then, the meeting was over and everyone left with the exception of Wang Ju, who was kept behind by Wang Wei.
He looked at his head maid and motioned for her to approach him.
Wang Wei started caressing her hair, just like his mother used to do to him, then said, "I understand your struggle. You have been with me even since I could walk properly. So, you do not need to worry about being replaced. After this trial, I will ask my father to provide you with a supreme tier Dao washing pill in order to increase your talent. That way, you can follow me all the way to the end of my emperor path." Wang Ju was suddenly surprised. Then she nodded her head like a bird picking at woods. Then, tears started to fall from her eyes. She tried to quickly wipe them out, but it was no use. As such, she bowed to Wang Wei and ran away from the imperial palace. Crying was a great shame for a shadow like her. Chapter 129. After heading the Fate's Shadow headquarters, Wang Ju locked herself in a room, refusing to meet any of her subordinates. The truth of the matter was that today's failure affected her more than she let on. The reason being the fact that the little rivalry between the Dao Opening Sect and the Death Order Palace. The title or position of Shadow is not just some random position of the sect with no power. On the contrary, the Shadow is considered the Een of the sect master's Yang. As such, the Shadow is privy to tremendous amounts of knowledge and information that even some supreme elders are not aware of. Some information can be very well considered taboos of the world. As such, every generation of Shadow will have countless restrictions placed on them in order not to reveal these secrets. On top of that, the Shadow will go through a ceremony in which they bind their life to the sect master that they served. If the sect master died for some reason, the current Shadow will be responsible to hand over all his subordinate and power to the next chosen Shadow, then commit suicide to accompany the sect master in the afterlife. There is only way to dissolve this bond, and that is for the Shadow to defeat the sect master that it served in a direct duel. The reason for this was actually the origin of the Shadow. This method of binding the Shadow was used by the sect to keep their secrets and properly control their intelligence agency, and prevent them from defecting to the enemy sect. As such, long ago, the Shadow did not have the opportunity of freedom, until the Shadow Ruler Emperor. Thinking about the Shadow Ruler Emperor, Wang Ju sighed. This was indeed an amazing emperor of the sect. He was the only emperor from the sectarian faction of the Dao Opening Sect. Not a lot is known about the Shadow Ruler Emperor besides the fact that he was an orphan adopted by the sect to train as an intelligent agent. Through numerous competitions, he slowly rose to the highest position of Shadow and started to serve the sect master at that time. According to the sect's record, he was a fine Shadow and was extremely good at his job. Until he did something no one expected. He demanded a fair deal with the sect master of the sect right before the Heaven Mandate battle. Back in that time, the position of Shadow was not nearly as high as today. As a matter of fact, most Shadows were nothing but dead men raised by the sects, ready to sacrifice their lives for the sect at any given moment. So when a Shadow demanded that he actually fought the sect master, right on the verge of the Heaven Mandate battle, many people were shocked, then outraged that a lowly slave raised by the sect dared to challenge their master. Many people called that the Shadow was executed immediately. However, some elders at that time convinced the others to just allow this fight to happen as a way to show the superiority of the sect master and squash the ambitions of future Shadows. So the fight was set. However, to the horror of all the high levels of the sect master of that time was decimated. According to records, the fight was not even a close one as the Shadow easily defeated the sect master of that time. In fact, if the sect master did not activate the restrictions placed on the Shadow, he might have died in that battle. After this fight, the high level were shocked and terrified. You have to know that the sect master at that time was their most powerful cultivator, chosen to fight for the heaven will of that generation. However, he was defeated so easily. As such, Many people of the sect wanted to immediately kill the shadow to prevent a future enemy. With the powerful restriction they had placed on him, it was still possible to do this. However, not all people felt that way. A few people believed that the shadow was raised by their sect and belonged to one of them. Instead of killing, it is better to remove the restriction on him, then allow him to represent the sect in the Heaven Mandate battle instead of the sect master. The disagreement between the two sides got so bad that it reached the point that a civil war was about to happen in the Dao opening sect. However, on the brink of the war, a powerful elder appeared and stopped the fighting. The elder then reprimanded all the upper echelons of the sects for forgetting the teaching of the ancestors. He reprimanded them on how over the years, the sect have gotten arrogant due to the fact that they are considered one of the most powerful sects in the world. And if such arrogance did not stop, then it is only a matter of time before the sect is ruined in the hands of future descendants. After that, the elder sided with the more reasonable faction and removed the restriction of the shadow, and allowed him to represent the sect to compete for the heaven will. Wang Wei remembered how intrigued she was when she read this part of history. She always wanted to know who was the person that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The records did not mention any name, just referred to him as the elder. However, Wang Ju believed that the origin of this person was extraordinary as he could actually be all the upper echelons of the sect. Being able to reprimand all those supreme realm true monarchs, then let them listen to him. This person must not have high status, but also be very powerful. Wang Ju guessed that this person must be one of the immortal venerable or Dao ancestors that the sect have kept a secret. When Wang Ju was in the shadow training camp, she learned of their existence. However, the information she knew was also disturbingly vague. So, she knew that by only reaching a certain level she would be privy to these secrets. Back to the story of the shadow. When the Heaven Will battle arrived, the shadow went on to suppress all his peers. His appearance was a shock to many of the Heaven Chosen of that generation when they realized that the person representing the Dao opening sect was the shadow known to do the dirty works of the sect. However, none of that mattered because the shadow managed to prove the Dao and become known as the Shadow Ruler Emperor. After this event, a new sect rule was created that allowed the shadow to challenge the sect master in order to remove their restriction and change from shadow to sect master. Of course, Wang Ju has no desire to challenge Wang Wei for the position of sect master. As a matter of fact, she is technically not really the true shadow as this position is still in the hands of the person serving sect master Wang Tian. The reason that she remembered this story right now was because of what Wang Wei said to her today. The Shadow Ruler Emperor was treated terribly back then by the sect, however, he still remained loyal. After he became emperor, the Shadow Ruler could have forsaken the Dao opening sect, or turned hostile to them, but he did not. So when Wang Wei said those words today, it showed that he treated her like her family instead of just a subordinate. And it also made her realize that the loyalty of a shadow to the sect master is not a one-way street like she believed, but a tunnel that connects them both together. Just those soothing words were enough for Wang Ju, but she did not expect that her young master even promised to give her a Dao washing pill. She knew how precious that pill was as it requires a total of 9 million years to make, not to mention all the precious materials needed. In order to refine such a pill, an alchemist has to place his furnace in a formation and let countless years pass in order for it to be finished. And most alchemists would not even live long enough to see the pill finished due to the long time required. And what is the purpose of this pill? Well, as the name suggests, it is to allow the Dao to wash away a person's body and increase their talents. Whether it is their sensitivity to spiritual qi, the strength of their body, and more importantly, their understanding. This pill is only used by the sect when there is no Heaven Chosen talented enough to represent them in a generation. With this, the sect can turn an ordinary genius into a Heaven Chosen with a talent close enough to people with special physique. Even then, according to the sect's rules, the sect master cannot directly decide who to provide this pill to. The decision must be made when more than 3/4 of elders agree to the same person. However, Wang Ju is aware that each of the 3 families of the Dao opening sect have secret stashes of this pill hidden in their own clan. These clans will never publicly acknowledge that they have such a thing because the sectarian faction actually does not. The 3 families have gone through extreme lengths to keep the recipe of the Dao washing pill to themselves, thus weakening the strength of the sectarian faction. This is the reason that Wang Ju did not doubt Wang Wei's words when he promised to provide her with the pill. Chapter 130. While Wang Ju was dealing with her own emotional discovery, Wang Wei was drinking tea and relaxing in the imperial garden. Wang Wei was thinking about the assassin's words. The person mentioned that he was not as powerful as someone from the Western continent. Based on the fear he felt from the assassin's soul fluctuation, he guessed that this person must have had a run-in with a very powerful heaven chosen, one that had a deep and lasting impact on them. Given the information he has read, Wang Wei guessed that the assassin was referring to the heaven chosen born in the D clan, D Tian. D Tian was a genius born with the power of reincarnation. As a result of this, after his birth, many Supreme Realm powerhouses who had reached the limit of their lifespan believed that they could find the way of immortality from the power of reincarnation. Although it is known that only great emperors are immortal, many cultivators who are desperate are not willing to just accept such a fact. As such, many people believed that their chances lied in the Tao of reincarnation. So, many true monarchs attacked the D clan after the birth of D Tian created a powerful vision of samsara, the cycle of reincarnation. Unfortunately for these cultivators, the D clan is a powerful emperor lineage in the Western continent that has cultivated 5 great emperors. Technically speaking, the D family is more powerful than Wang Wei's Wang family, as they have cultivated one more emperor. As such, the birth of D Tian was followed by countless slaughter. As a matter of fact, these cultivators knew exactly how powerful the D family was and how deep their background was. Unfortunately, the Western White Tiger continent is inhabited by countless devil cultivators. And these devil cultivators are as ruthless to themselves as they are to other people. So no matter how many of them died, they still rushed to the Dis family emperor formation without hesitation. The battle lasted 3 days until the D family discovered a way to hide the reincarnation power emanated from D Tian. Even then, ever since that day, the Western continent has not been peaceful. Unfortunately for the devil cultivators in the Western continent, although they are vast in number, the D family is still the overlord of the continent. This event took place 3 years before Wang Wei was born, and it shook the entire myriad emperor world. The truth of the matter was that Wang Wei did not care that much about the assassin's words. The reason he was thinking about its words was to determine whether to place more surveillance on D Tian after he returned home. Wang Wei never believed for a second that he was invincible. However, he always believed that he would be the last one standing. No matter whether D Tian truly is more powerful than him now, he still believes that by the time of the Heaven Will battle, he will have surpassed him. Of course, Wang Wei also understood that the path of the emperor is full of ups and downs, that nothing is set in stone. No matter how confident a candidate is, he or she will never say with absolute certainty that they can become emperor. As such, Wang Wei, being a person who likes to be prepared for any situation, has created a backup plan for him in the unlikely scenario that he failed to win the Heaven Will and prove the Tao. And that plan is actually simple enough. Seal himself to wash away his karma. Wang Wei believed that after cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture to the highest level, even if he failed in the Heaven Will battle, he can still survive. Afterwards, all he has to do is seal himself for countless generations to wash away his karma, then fight in another generation. And if he fails again a second time, then he will repeat the process again. Wang Wei believed in his firm Tao heart that his willpower will not be destroyed like his grandfather after experiencing many failures. And if he fails to survive the Heaven Will battle, well, Wang Wei has a plan for that as well. To be precise, he has an idea that involves relying on his mysterious soul. However, as of now, he does not know whether this plan is possible yet. While Wang Wei was lost in his own thoughts, Empress Dong Lifen was sitting next to him serving him tea. She tried to call him a few times, however, he was unresponsive. She thought that the reason he was distracted was because of the scroll in his hand, so she reached over, taking a peek on what was written in it. In the scroll, she saw a title at the top followed by a list. It was written as such: Most Unique and Powerful Cultivation Technique. 1. Origin Path Scripture 2. Past, Present, and Future Buddha Book 3. Undead Phoenix Scroll 4. Empress Wu Sealing Sutra 5. Myriad Things Dusk Scripture 6. Ancient Desolate Body Refining Scripture 7. Deceiving Heaven Longevity Art. Before Dong Lifen could finish reading the list, Wang Wei woke up from his distraction and looked at her. She immediately blushed a little as she was leaning on him while reading. However, luckily for her, His Majesty did not say anything. In order to deal with the awkward situation, she asked, Your Majesty, what is this list you are reading? Is this something from your world? No, this is something that I just made up for personal reasons, responded Wang Wei while shaking his head. Dong Lifan caught on to the fact that His Majesty did not want to talk about the list, so she did not mention it again. However, things became awkward again, making her lower her head and blushing again. Luckily for her, Wang Wei started to explain his understanding of breaking to the 12th layer of the body refining realm. As a person who has cultivated this realm more than 9 times, he was quite the expert. Just like that, a week passed by. An urgent meeting was going on in the Great Xia courtroom. "What happened for you to gather us together like that?" asked Wang Wei towards Wang Ju. "Your Majesty, we have just received news that Crown Prince Jisong was also assassinated yesterday." "Oh," responded Wang Wei with a surprised look on his face. "What exactly happened?" "We do not know a lot of information, but we do know that the Crown Prince is fine. However, he still suffered from minor injuries," added Wang Ju. "Do you think that it was the same assassin that attacked His Majesty?" asked an official. "No, given the distance between Great Xia and the central area, without a flying construct, it would be impossible for the same assassin to reach there so quickly. Not to mention the fact that said assassin was injured. However, from the method the assassin used, we can infer that he or she was probably also from the Death Order Palace," answered Wang Ju. Everyone started pondering after this, especially Wang Wei. "It seems that the age of conquest is rapidly approaching this trial," said Wang Wei, who then looked at Yan Liling. "Chancellor, you need to speed up the time needed to soothe the people of the newly conquered territories. As for Yu Li Jun, you can ask the Iron Fist King to organize his kingdom's former army and participate in the attack against the Fang Divine Dynasty." Li Jun nodded. However, Yan Liling had a frown on her face after hearing this. "Can we trust him?" she asked. "Since I decided to take him under me, I will trust him until he proves otherwise," replied Wang Wei calmly. After the discussion, everyone left to do their own work. However, before leaving, Yan Liling handed Wang Wei a space ring with a bunch of earth tier pills inside it. Wang Wei smiled mysteriously after receiving it. Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou dynasty, in a military barrack that bordered the Great Wu dynasty, Jisong was destroying everything around him. Chairs, tables, maps, and weapons. After doing that, he seemed not satisfied, so he punched the wall, an act that made his bandages turn red. "Are you done venting now?" asked Jisoo. After hearing this, Li Song stopped moving around and sat in the one remaining seat left in the room. "Did you find the culprit?" he asked with gritted teeth. "No. Why not? By the time I discovered the assassin, he was already too far away. And you know I'm not allowed to use my real strength in this trial." "Well, tell me you at least know who it was," responded Jisong with veins appearing all over his naked upper body. "Probably." "Probably? Well, do you or do you not now?" GC sighed and said, "We have received news from our informants that Wang Wei was also attacked a week ago. They have overheard that the assassin came from the Death Order Palace under the order of the Great Wu people. Given that you were attacked a week afterwards, it is very likely that this was not a coincidence, but a premeditated attack." After hearing this, Ji Song clenched his teeth and said, "Damn those snakes of the Great Wu dynasty, and damn those rats of the Death Order Palace. I mean, isn't their participation a violation of the hidden rule?" "I'm afraid not," answered Jisoo. The hidden rule stated that people of higher cultivation from the Death Order Palace could not assassinate the younger generation of other sections. However, competition of the same generation was allowed. After hearing this, Ji Song became even more angry. However, he restrained himself this time before saying, "Back then, we should have completely annihilated the Death Order Palace." Chapter 131. For once since this trial, Jisoo agreed with his little brother. Throughout its long history, the Death Order Palace has created trouble all over the world. You could say they are the single reason that all sects in the myriad emperor world cultivated intelligence personal. After suffering numerous loss at the hands of the Death Order Palace, many sect created their own section responsible for intelligence gathering, counterintelligence, assassination, and counter-assassination. While the Dao Opening sect has the Shadow, other emperor lineage have their own spy agency like the Brocade Guard of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. The reason that Ji Song said those words was because the Death Order Palace was almost destroyed. Back in the ancient emperor era, the founder of the Death Order Palace was the founder of the Assassination Dao. During her generation,
all the people of the world suddenly discovered that all the major heaven chosen did not appear when the heaven will battle arrived.
She suddenly appeared, easily killed at the cannon fodder in the battle, took the heaven will, proved the Tao and claimed the name of Unseen Emperor.
After investigation, the cultivators in that era discovered that all the heaven chosen of that era were secretly killed by the Unseen Emperor right before the heaven will battle commenced.
Unfortunately, it was too late.
By then, she was already the winner. And just like that, the process of the Unseen Emperor proving the Tao was the easiest beside the Heavenly Sun Emperor. The Unseen Emperor was in fact an assassin for a mortal kingdom before starting on the path of cultivation.
She used to assassinate the political rivalry of the kingdom she served.
In order to commemorate her origin, she created the Death Order Palace after proclaiming herself emperor. The second emperor of the Death Order Palace was very different from the first. He did not believe in hidden assassination. He believed that a true assassin should have the power to kill their enemy in frontal combat, even without hiding in a corner to sneak attack.
His whole Tao evolved around the idea that I'm going to assassinate you and I'm telling you beforehand, so try to stop me. So during his heaven will battle, he showed up and faced all the heaven chosen of his generation head-on. However, no one could stop his dagger. After proving the Tao, he took the name of Untouched Emperor. The reason for the Death Order Palace's almost extinction was because of the Untouched Emperor's son named Wu Ming. After the Untouched Emperor proved the Tao, his son participated in the heaven will battle of the next generation.
An emperor having descendants after proving the Tao was actually a very rare thing due to the fact that they belonged to a higher dimension of life.
So most of their descendants will either turn into ugly and disturbing monsters, or will have terrifying talent. This was the case for Wu Ming. Unfortunately, despite how noble his birth was, he still lost during his heaven will battle. However, he survived. An act that made him terribly bitter. After that, he started acting out and made radical reforms to the Death Order Palace. The Death Order Palace, who was a respectable sect with a bottom line, turned into power-hungry hyenas that only recognized money or origin sources. As long as someone had money, they could hire assassins from the Death Order Palace. It reached the point where even mortals could hire assassins as long as they had origin stones or sources. Because of this, a reign of terror began in the myriad emperor world. All sects and factions began to hire people from the Death Order Palace to kill their enemies heaven chosen. It reached the point that someone once hired an assassin to go after a great emperor. That great emperor was furious and decided to destroy the Death Order Palace. Unfortunately, that emperor could not deal with the two-emperor formation of the palace and left in anger and shame.
In fact, there is a reason that this great emperor did not have the power to even break the array of the Death Order place.
Due to the reign of terror created by the constant assassinations, the majority of great emperors born during that time were actually pitifully weak due to the fact that the majority of true heaven chosens were long killed before they could grow up. The situation continued like this until all the sects had enough. Thus, all the emperor lineages bonded together to form an alliance. All the emperor lineages activated their emperor artifacts in order to break through to the defense of the Death Order Palace. Unfortunately, after they did so, a will of the untouched emperor appeared after disappearing for millions of years and stopped the cultivators. The emperor did not do anything to the sects as he only came to right the wrong that his son had committed. As for the cultivators of that time, they knew that they could not destroy the palace with the arrival of the untouched emperor. However, they refused to back down so easily. They demanded that the Death Order Palace sign a treaty that prevents their older generations from assassinating the younger generation of other sections. Otherwise, they will destroy the palace at any price. The untouched emperor nodded in agreement, so under the witness of heavenly Tao, the treaty was signed, thus sparing the Death Order Palace from extinction. After this incident, the Death Order Palace remained low-key and abided by the treaty. While the Ji brothers were discussing the Death Order Palace, a similar conversation also took place somewhere else. In the endless void, close to the warring kingdom world, many true monarchs sat cross-legged in the emptiness arguing about something. "Are you not going to say anything?"
asked retired Prince Ji Han, who had replaced Ji Chong after he returned back to the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty to heal his injuries.
"Say what?"
"You Great Wu people are always up to something sneaky. It is obvious that it was you people that hired the Death Order Palace.
Shouldn't you explain yourself?"
retorted true monarch Ji Han. "Since it is the younger generation that took action, we did not violate the hidden rule.
Don't try to be sneaky.
The problem is the fact that you did not solicit the permission of any of us before allowing the people of the Death Order Palace to participate in the trial.
As such, we deserve an explanation.
I must have forgotten, replied the true monarch of the Great Wu imperial dynasty with a nonchalant look on his face.
Our Divine Dao League also demands an explanation,
said one of the true monarchs of the Divine Clan. Despite this, the true monarch of Great Wu did not say anything.
Aren't going to say anything, Yan Chen. After all, your heaven chosen was also attacked?
Asked Ji Han.
It does not matter, replied Yan Chen. In the end, my young master will still suppress all of you and become the biggest winner of this trial. Ji Han just snorted after hearing this and did not say anything.
He looked in the void and shouted, I guess you should be around here, Diamond Death.
This trial no longer welcomes you. Soon after saying these words, the void fluctuated and a person appeared. He had a mask on his face and looked illusory or non-existing.
Diamond Death did not say anything, but waved his hand in the void. Then two people appeared in front of them. They were the two assassins sent into the trial.
Afterwards, Diamond Death opened a space channel and left. During the whole process, the true monarch of the Great Wu imperial dynasty watched all of this while secretly gritting his teeth.
He wanted to say something, but he did not dare.
Not to mention it would be useless.
The rule of the Death Order Palace is that they will take on any job, but they will not refund the money after failing. And if you want to assassinate the same target again after failure, you have to increase the price by at least 10 times. Ji Han looked at the departure of Diamond Death without interfering. Then he looked at the true monarch of Great Wu and said with a sneer, Now that your crown prince does not have people to do his dirty work for him, I want to see how he fends for himself.
After this assassination attempt, you people have greatly angered our crown prince. And soon, he will bring his wrath to the door of your Great Wu dynasty. The Great Wu true monarch's face became ugly after hearing this. He knew the capability of their crown prince, and he could immediately tell that he was not the opponent of Crown Prince Ji Song. Instantly, he wanted to forfeit this trial and leave with his participants, but looking at the look that all the other true monarch were given him, he knew that they would never allow such a thing to happen. He sighed to himself and prayed that the third prince, Sun Jiaolong, would have enough strength to fight with Ji Song. Or at the very least, be able to hold him back long enough for Crown Prince Sun Wan to come up with another scheme. Chapter 132. In the Great Shu Dynasty's border, Ji Song was still fuming over the fact that someone tried to assassinate him. However, he did not throw a temper tantrum like previously. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked his brother, You said that Wang Wei was also attacked?
That's right.
Did he get injured? The information we received did not say anything regarding this, responded Ji Su with a calm look on his face. He was not injured, right? Replied Ji Song while looking deeply and intensely in his big brother's eye. However, Ji Su did answer him this time. This can only mean two things, continued Ji Song with a sharp look on his face. He is either stronger than me, or his perception is way above me. Well, not just me but even you, a divine body realm cultivator. After a few seconds, Ji Su said, It's probably the latter. After all, he is known for his powerful soul. After hearing this, Ji Song clenched his hands, making all the huge muscles in his arm bulged. However, he did not act out this time around. Instead, he looked in the direction of the Great Wu dynasty with a fierce killing intent in his eyes. After that, Ji Song popped up a few pills in his mouth, donned on his armor and started his conquest of the Great Wu dynasty. With a fierce momentum, he used his own overwhelming strength to conquer cities after cities of the Great Wu dynasty. Monarch Sun Wan started freaking out after hearing the constant news of his territory shrinking. As such, he quickly drafted all the military power of the noble clans in his dynasty. Unfortunately for him, the noble did not completely listen to him. Although they accepted being drafted into the war, they decided to drag the process as slowly as possible, thus hindering Sun Wan. An act which made His Majesty Sun Wan quite angry. For once in his life, he realized that his younger brother was right. These nobles are a bunch of cunning foxes. Without placing the fear of heaven deep in their bones and soul, they will start acting presumptuous. As such, he mobilized his own power and arrested all these nobles, then took over their military power by force. Unfortunately for him, this act was soon proven to be useless. The army refused to listen to his order. They claimed that they are only loyal to the nobles and the true royal family. It was then that Sun Wen realized that he had made a grave error. When he first came to this world, he used the promise of taking the royal family of the Great Wei dynasty back to their world in exchange for them to hand over their dynasty. A trade that the former royal family happily accepted.
Sun Wen then happily thought that he had made a wise move, as this allowed him to be the first of all the heaven chosen to create his own dynasty.
However, his so-called dynasty was in fact created on thin air.
The event with the nobles proved to him that the foundation of the dynasty he created was actually very shallow.
Over the years, Sun Wen has tried many ways to take both the political and military power of the dynasty from the royal family and the noble clans. And he believed that he had succeeded. According to his original plan, after taking over all the power of the Great Wu dynasty, he would use the people of the Death Order Palace to take out the two most powerful heaven chosen of this trial, Wang Wei and Ji Song. Then, he would sweep over the world with his powerful army and slowly weed out the other participants. However, his plan was nothing but him dreaming. Everything was merely his illusion. Not to mention that his assassination plan failed. All the power he thought he had was just an appearance. It was a show to blind his eyes. All this time, all the power of the dynasty was still held in the hands of the nobles, and maybe even the royal family. All these times, Sun Wen thought he was quite clever and cunning when dealing with these nobles, that he was a master tactician playing chess with the whole kingdom. However, it turned out that he was the one being played with by these nobles. After coming to this realization, Sun Wen became even more aggrieved. By this time, it was already too late for him to reorganize the army to be able to fight against the rapid advancement of Ji Song. So without a choice, he asked his brother son Jiaolong to lead the army that was especially trained by them and a group of freshly recruited peasant army to defend against the Great Zhou attack. Unfortunately, this was just a stopgap measure, and one that can barely reach said standard. Son Jiaolong was no match for Ji Song, let alone their half-baked army. So the advancement of the Great Zhou continued, albeit at a slower pace than before. And just like that, a few weeks have passed. Another war started in the eastern region. After calming the people of the territory, Li Jun, the five-number general and the Iron Fist King, who was now referred by his name Tai Gang, were starting their conquest of the Feng Divine Dynasty. Their advancement was even more rapid than the Great Zhou people. With puppets or constructs that are based on modern military equipment and strategy also inspired by modern warfare, the process was fast, easy, and efficient. As such, in just half a month, the Great Xia dynasty conquered more than a quarter of the Feng Divine Dynasty's territory. Of course, this was due to the fact that this time, Wang Wei decided not to slowly let the people adjust to the rules of the Great Xia before continuing to conquer more territory. The plan that Wang Wei decided was to quickly swallow the Feng Divine Dynasty, then slowly digest it by soothing the people and putting down rebellions. However, the rapid advancement of the Great Xia dynasty was brought to the attention of their ruler, monarch Feng Lijuan. Feng Divine Dynasty, Imperial Palace. A court meeting took place. One official said with a sweet and melodious voice, "Goddess Empress, the situation of the border is quite perilous. We need to take actions as soon as possible. Can you tell this goddess the reason that we have lost so much territory in such a short amount of time?" Responded a nice voice. However, it was full of coldness and alienation. The voice came from monarch Feng Lijuan. She was sitting on a dragon phoenix throne, which is a throne carved with both dragons and phoenixes intertwining with each other. Despite the artistic beauty of the throne, it paled in comparison with Feng Lijuan's beauty. She was wearing a red phoenix gown with a crown on her head. She had skin as white as the purest jade, and eyes that shined brighter than the most beautiful of jewels. However, those eyes were cold and indifferent. And it was not the kind of cold from a person devoid of emotion, but the coldness from despising everything and everyone around. In Feng Lijuan's eyes, everyone was beneath her. She exuded a noble temperament, a temperament that said that she was born above everything and everyone, a sacred and divine temperament. After asking the question, the female officer who previously spoke handed a scroll to the goddess Empress, as that was the way Feng Lijuan liked to be addressed. That explained how the Great Xia army used constructs to rapidly transport their army to anywhere in their territory. She was surprised by how novel and ingenious this idea was for a small thousand world like this one that does not have teleportation for transporting troops. "This Wang Wei is not a simple role to come out with such a smart idea," said the Empress with her cold voice. "However, this should not be enough for our territories to be lost so quickly." "You are correct, Goddess Empress. Another reason is the fact that we do not have anyone who could stop General Li Jun from breaking through our cities," replied another female officer. Wait a minute, said Feng Lijuan. Are you saying that Wang Wei did not show up? And this Li Jun was the one who led the army against our dynasty? That is the case, Goddess Empress.
So, what you are saying is that a quarter of this goddess dynasty was occupied without Wang Wei, the opponent that I am supposed to compete against, showing up. The room instantly became quiet after the Empress asked this question. The majority of people lowered their heads and dared not face those cold and indifferent eyes. After a few minutes of awkward silence, one official mustered the courage and said, Goddess Empress, you should not underestimate Li Jun, as he is the successor of the Li family. He has grown up with sacred son Wang Wei since they were young and are closer than brothers. More importantly, he possessed the 20th heavenly physique, the battle maniac body. After hearing this, Feng Lijuan started thinking. She knew that anyone who possessed a special physique was not simple, as their talents were on par if not greater than their divine clan's member with pure bloodlines.
However, she was still not happy about this. Feng Lijuan felt that she was underestimated by Wang Wei, and she will never allow anyone to look down on her. She is the only one who looks down on people. After thinking about this, Feng Lijuan gazed at all her officials. The majority of them were women with a few men here and there. She smiled coldly and said, This goddess will head to the border personally and see what is so special about this battle maniac Bodis owner. Chapter 133. Feng Lijuan was standing on top of a city wall looking at the great Xia resting outside.
She looked at a handsome man in a black armor that had a terrifying fighting intent in his eyes.
However, Feng Lijuan could feel that the terrible fighting intent was slowly transforming into a slaughter will. Her cold eyes scanned the black armored general up and down and asked, Is that him? The owner of the battle maniac physique? She asked one of her personal maids. Yes, Goddess Empress, that's young Master Li Jun. As long as you are able to defeat or stop him, our people can take care of his other subordinate. Feng Lijuan nodded her head, then jumped off the more than 300-meter city, landing lightly like a feather falling from high ground. Afterwards, with just a few steps, she traveled a few hundred meters, arriving not far away from the great Xia army. When she arrived in front of the army, she saw Li Jun standing there with his spear on his shoulder waiting for her. She was not that surprised. If this battle maniac body could not even keep up with her speed, then she would expect this fight to go as quickly as possible. Li Jun was surprised by how beautiful Empress Feng actually was. Although he had seen an image of her, it was nothing compared to the real deal. After all, an image could not capture her noble and divine temperament. However, Li Jun will not take her lightly as an opponent. Although he loves beautiful women, he still knows when to control himself. This goddess has been very upset with what you have done to my dynasty. So, show this goddess how capable you are. Li Jun just smiled and did not say anything. He activated his origin chi, turning his spear deep red, then he rushed towards Feng Lijuan and pierced her throat. Li Jun did not show mercy, nor did he hold back his strength. He knew that Feng Lijuan was a true heaven-chosen just like him, and he needed to do his best in order to have a chance to win this battle. Feng Lijuan, in the other hand, did not flinch by this attack. She gently waved her delicate hand. Then a white crystal wall appeared in front of her. Li Jun's spear hit the crystal wall. However, the wall was not immediately destroyed, but cracks appeared on it. After a few seconds, the crystal wall burst into countless pieces. However, the pieces did not randomly scatter all over, but floated in the air, turned into countless sharp sticks and flew towards Li Jun under the control of Feng Lijuan. Li Jun frowned as he looked at all the numerous crystal shards covering the sky. He moved his spear in a circular motion to block the attack. The pointy crystal shards fell on Li Jun like drops of rain. With the rapid spinning of his spear, he managed to block the majority of shards, but a few bypassed his defenses and penetrated both his armor and his skin. However, Li Jun ignored such minor injuries. As soon as he finished defending from the shards, he immediately waved his swords, creating a massive slash that traveled towards Feng Lijuan. The goddess empress waved her hand again, and another white crystal appeared in front of her, blocking the slash attack. However, immediately she noticed something was wrong. Li Jun had disappeared from his position. Suddenly, Feng Lijuan felt a sense of danger from behind her and turned around. Her pupils immediately dilated as she saw Li Jun's red spear approaching her throat.
With the slightest hesitation, she raised her arms, which also instantly turned crystal white like an armor was encasing them to block the attack.
Most of the attack was blocked, however. Feng Li Juan's skin was also pierced, thus injuring her. Furthermore, the force of the clash pushed her a few meters away from Li Jun. Feng Li Juan looked at her bleeding skin and frowned. Then she looked at Li Jun and said, "I cannot believe that you actually injured this goddess' divine body. If you do not wish to be injured, do not participate in battle.
With your background, it is quite easy for you to spend the rest of your life living a wealthy and luxurious life."
"You are right," responded Feng Li Juan with a cold and cruel smile. "All right, let's stop with the warm-up." After saying this, her eyes suddenly turned completely white. The divine temperament of hers increased. Everyone who looks at her will have the urge or desire to kneel down and worship her. Afterward, a crystal armor encased her entire body, leaving only her eyes that can be seen. However, even her eyes started to shine like crystals. One thing that was different about the crystal that formed the armor was the fact that it was blue instead of white. The blue crystal armor resembled the most beautiful piece of art. It was as if gods themselves took their time to carve it. Li Jun looked serious when he saw this. He knew that Feng Li Juan had just activated the power of bloodline, meaning that she was taking this fight seriously. As such, he prepared to take things more seriously as well. However, before fighting, he said, "It's fine to fight seriously, but it is better to move the battlefield somewhere else." After hearing this, Feng Li Juan looked around and noticed how their short confrontation had destroyed the terrain around here. There were crystals scattered everywhere, and the wall she previously was still there. More importantly, the soldiers of the Great Xia had to run far away in order not to be killed by the aftermath of their battle. Feng Li Juan understood Li Jun's concern for his soldiers, so she agreed to move the battle to the forest nearby.
Of course, it was not because of the goodness of her heart that Feng Li Juan agreed. She knew that if she insisted on fighting in order to injure the Great Xia soldiers, Li Jun could just run in the direction of her own army to kill them.
At that time, Feng Li Juan will have to decide whether to stop him or continue to kill these soldiers. And as prideful as Feng Li Juan was, she refused to use such underhanded methods. As such, she just agreed to move the fight to another location. After the agreement, the two of them traveled to a forest not far from the city to continue their battle.
Li Jun was the first to attack as he thrust his spear. Then a more than 100-meter spear manifested from him and rushed towards Feng Li Juan, who was not to be outdone. She waved her hand and a gigantic blue crystal sword also manifested it and clashed with the oncoming spear.
The two attacks cancelled each other out, but the two of them did not stop afterwards.
They rushed towards each other and clashed head-on.
Li Jun swung his spear, while Feng Li Juan took out a sword from her space ring as a weapon. After coating the sword with her blue crystal, she directly clashed with Li Jun's spear. Boom! 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 The clash of these two made the air tremble and the ground quaked. The shock wave of their clash blew away all the trees in a more than 500 meters radius, killing all the animals living nearby. Clouds of dust could be seen in the path they traveled through, along with many broken trees. However, none of these two people care about this kind of thing. Li Jun did not take any advantage during the clash against Feng Li Juan. However, he kept scanning and observing her moves in order to find a flaw. Unfortunately, there was none. So, he decided to make one himself. He clashed with Feng Li Juan's sword again, but this time, he suddenly increased the amount of origin qi used to slightly move her swords out of trajectory. This move created a short pause in Feng Li Juan's action. However, this short pause was all that Li Jun needed. So, without hesitation, he swung his spear and hit her on her stomach, thus throwing her flying away. Bang! Feng Li Juan flew away and hit countless trees in the process, thus destroying anything on her way. Then, she landed straight into a river that was a few hundred meters from their fighting place. Despite successfully landing a powerful hit, Li Jun was not happy as he could feel that the crystal armor defended most if not all of his attack. And he was right. A few seconds later, Feng Li Juan rose up from the bottom of the river with a few cracks on her crystal armor. However, there was not even a scratch on her body.
Her crystal eyes looked in the direction of Li Jun and rushed towards him without any pause.
The battle had just begun and it was not clear yet who would be the final winner. Chapter 134. By the time that Feng Li Juan had arrived in front of Li Jun, The cracks on her crystal armor had already healed completely. So without pause, she attacked him again with her sword. The two of them clashed against each other again, further destroying what little was left of the forest. Li Jun wanted to use the same tactic he did before, however, Feng Li Juan did fail for the same trick twice. As soon as Li Jun increased his strength to try to move the direction of her swords, she also increased hers to counterattack the force generated by her opponent. However, it was more than this. Feng Li Juan anticipated Li Jun's attack, so when he tried to use the same attack again, something unexpected happened. Countless crystal spikes suddenly appeared from Feng Li Juan's armor and headed straight towards Li Jun, who tried to react in time by the sudden change of event. He instantly activated all his 365 veins and controlled the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to create a barrier around him. Unfortunately, his reaction speed was still too slow. Numerous crystal spikes still managed to break through his barrier and armor to pierce his body. Li Jun vomited a mouthful of blood and he started to breathe with difficulty. One of his lungs has been pierced. Any injury to the internal organs are considered dangerous in this cultivating realm. So Li Jun wanted to remove the crystal spike in his body. However, Feng Li Juan did not give him the opportunity. She rushed towards him with her swords to finish the job she started. However, Li Jun was also prepared this time. Without hesitation, he waved his spear in the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The ground exploded, then a cloud of dust appeared between the two of them. This cloud of dust managed to hinder the sight of Feng Li Juan, providing Li Jun with enough time to move more than a few hundred meters away from her. An act which made Feng Li Juan quite unhappy. If she was in the supernatural realm and had a divine sense, this kind of low-level tactic would not have worked. Meanwhile, Li Jun had already removed the spikes from his body. However, his lungs were still bleeding, so he mobilized his origin qi to stop the bleeding. Unfortunately, the process did not go as smoothly as he expected. He discovered that his lungs have started crystallizing, and his origin qi can only slow down the process. Li Jun knew that if given enough time, he could heal himself properly and stop the crystal from spreading throughout his internal organs. However, now, he was in the middle of battle, so he can only slow down the process in order to continue fighting. After doing this, Li Jun looked at Feng Li Juan with a sharp intent in his eyes. Then he rushed towards her without pause and pierced her. This time he instantly used his created technique, Blood Rebellion. Feng Li Juan sneered under her armor and thought that this was the same attack from the previous rounds. However, when she was about to swing her sword again, she discovered to her horror that blood was no longer under her control. She tried as much as possible to control them, however, her blood started reversing the trajectory they usually travel and returned to her heart, then exploded. Feng Li Juan knew how severe such an attack would be, so he immediately turned her heart into a blue crystal to protect it. Feng Li Juan then threw a big mouthful of blood, staining her beautiful armor all red. Although she managed to minimize the effect of the explosion through crystallizing her own heart, she was still injured. Afterward, Feng Li Juan looked at Li Jun full of coldness and killing intent. She was furious beyond words. She has never suffered from such injuries in her life. As a member of the Feng divine clan, she was born with the purest of bloodline. As such, she easily swept her peers with her overwhelming strength. Throughout the entire Divine Tao League, there are only a few people of the same generation that can compare to her. However, she was still confident that those people could not injure her like this. Although she has been injured before, these were nothing but skin injuries. In that last attack, if she did not react quickly enough, she might have died. Thinking about this, a great fear suddenly enveloped Feng Li Juan, followed by shame and anger. Meanwhile, Li Jun could guess what she was thinking through her eyes, and he shook his head. This is the difference between these divine clans and other aristocratic family like the Li and Wang. They did not pamper their descendants and used brutal means to train them. Li Jun does not know how many real-life battles that he and Wang Wei faced in the battle tower. Many times they have come close to death. However, judging by the way that Feng Li Juan reacted, Li Jun could tell that this was the first time that she actually came close to death in a fight. In Li Jun's opinion, this method of cuddling their descendants is actually very harmful to them. When many of them come across death for the first time, the usual reaction is to be scared and break down. However, given the look on Feng Li Juan's face, he guessed that she might be one of the few good seedlings of the divine clans as she managed to put away her fear so quickly. Suddenly, a crystal path appeared under Feng Li Juan's feet, bringing her into the sky. Then she looked down at Li Jun with fury in her face. Then waved her hand. Countless crystal swords appeared in the sky, almost covering the clouds in the sky. Furthermore, these crystals were not blue, but green. Li Jun looked at Feng Lijuan standing in the air with a spiral crystal path holding her up and said, "This is not fair. You know that divine altar realm cultivators cannot fly, especially in this small thousand world with low spiritual qi." However, Feng Lijuan just snorted coldly and responded, "There is no such thing as fairness in a fight. Furthermore, it is not this goddess' fault that your ancestors did leave you people with no bloodline abilities." "You are right about fighting not being fair," replied Li Jun. "However, I will not get into an argument with you about bloodline." After saying this, Li Jun stepped into the air by creating places for his feet to step on. This was the method Wang Wei used to fly, and it was taught to Li Jun. After reaching the same height as Feng Lijuan, Li Jun had a smirk on his face when he saw the surprised look on her face. However, deep inside he was a little worried. After using this technique, he realized how much origin qi it required to maintain it, not to mention the stamina requirement to always maintain a balance in the air. You should know that Li Jun has cultivated the 9 nirvana blood qi up to 7 nirvanas, making his divine qi extremely large compared to his peers, and his origin qi is also large in quantity. However, according to his estimate, he probably won't last more than 2 hours fighting in the air like this. So, Li Jun wanted this battle to end as soon as possible. With a wave of his spear, he controlled the spiritual qi around him and turned them into countless weapons. Swords, sabers, spears, guandao and halberds. With a wave of his spear, all the weapons rushed towards his enemy. And Feng Lijuan did the same. With the wave of her hand, all the crystal swords clashed with the oncoming attack. Bang! 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 All these weapons clashed together, then exploded. The aftermath created powerful shockwaves that traveled for miles on. All the surrounding grounds were destroyed. The clouds in the sky were blown away. Even the Feng Divine Dynasty's city that was a few thousand of meters away trembled slightly from the shockwave of the battle. And the two armies that were still in the midst of battle stopped for a few moments and looked in the direction of the fight. All they could see was that countless weapons were falling down from the sky like the heaven was raining weapons, followed by powerful explosions. Even at this distance, the soldiers could feel the power of these attacks. Many people suddenly realized why these people decided to have this battle so far from them. Meanwhile, after a few minutes, the attack of these two heaven-chosen finished, and the clouds of dust created by their attack also blew away. Both Li Jun and Feng Lijuan were on the ground, breathing heavily. Li Jun had countless cuts on his body. His armor was mostly destroyed, revealing his injured muscular body. He stood there with blood slowly falling from the few crystal swords that pierced his body. As for Feng Lijuan, she was in even worse shape. Her crystal armor was also broken with pieces scattered all over, and she knelt in the ground with one knee. Her beautiful and divine face grimaced with pain while blood slid from them. She had different kinds of injuries all over her body. Some were sword slash, saber cut, or spears pierce. However, this was not the reason that she was so heavily injured. During the attack, she realized that all the attacks that hit her contained a powerful will that bypassed the defense of her armor and destroyed her inside. She realized that this was her opponent's fighting will. However, even trying to use her crystal ability to increase the defense of her inner organs proved to be futile. The fighting seemed to completely ignore her crystal and just proceeded to destroy the crystals themselves. Feng Lijuan raised her head and looked in the direction of Li Jun. Her eyes had a terrible killing intent in them. Li Jun suddenly felt something was wrong. However, he was too late to react. Feng Lijuan bit the top of her tongue and screamed, "Crystal World!" Immediately afterwards, the entire environment around her in 1,000 meters radius turned into crystals. Whether it was the ground, trees, animals, river, and dust. Even the spiritual qi of heaven and earth started crystallizing. This also included Li Jun, who was not too far from her. Chapter 135. Li Jun's face became ugly after seeing Feng Lijuan's attack. Instantly, he realized that this must be a bloodline secret technique that is only used when a person is in dire circumstances. He also knows that only a person with the purest of bloodline can do such secret technique, and a price must also be paid. Unfortunately, knowing all of this does not provide any help to Li Jun. As soon as he saw the approaching crystals, He tried to move out of the way, but he was not fast enough. Li Jun suddenly notices that his feet were frozen or crystallized. Then, in just a few breaths, all the blood, muscles, and bones of his legs were also crystallized. He mobilized all origin chi to prevent the process. However, to his horror, even his origin chi started to crystallize. In that brief moment of resistance, the crystallization process had already reached Li Jun's divine sea. All the vast ocean of origin chi in his body started to also turn green. As such, Li Jun did not have a lot of time to think of a solution. So without hesitation, he activated all his divine veins and started to rapidly absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This method had little effect as it slowed down the crystallization process of the divine sea. Li Jun knew that the reason that this method worked was because of his perfect Tao foundation. As such, he looked at his divine altar that resembled the battle tower and he sighed. The reason that he and Yan Liling could achieve a perfect Tao foundation was all because of Wang Wei. In order for a person to achieve a perfect Tao foundation, they need two things: enough talent and an absurd level of control of origin chi. In order to have a perfect Tao foundation, a cultivator must perfectly carve the divine veins in his altar. However, the divine veins are small and complicated. It is very hard to control origin chi to such precision. Li Jun knew that he did not have such ability. However, his big brother allowed him to reach such a level. Wang Wei refined a little game that allowed a cultivator to inject their origin chi in a cube-shaped origin artifact. Then they have to control their origin chi. The first few levels ask the cultivator to make some normal shape like square, triangle, and so on. At a higher level, cultivators have to control their origin chi to become as thin as wings of cicadas, then as small as strings a few millimeters. Then, after reaching that standard, they have to make all kinds of strange and complex geometrical shapes that are interlinked together. Li Jun remembered how terrible that game was. Every time he failed to reach the standard of control required by the game, the words, "You are a big loser," would appear on the screen, then a powerful lightning thunder would zap him. Forget how painful the lightning was. Li Jun always felt that this game was mocking him the way it called him a loser. Although Li Jun knew that the game was designed or programmed to act like that, however, he always felt that somehow that game had gained some level of sentience and was mocking him personally. So, he would throw it on the ground every time he failed, but picked it up immediately in order to prove to it that he was not a failure. So, just like that, with years of practice, Li Jun managed to reach the standard required to forge a perfect Tao foundation. Despite what Li Jun felt regarding that game, he still knew how precious it actually was. This was essentially a game that taught people how to have a perfect foundation. In fact, even if someone never reached such a high level, just being able to exercise control over origin chi made it an invaluable asset to the sect. So, when Wang Wei invented it, all the high levels of the sect were alarmed and arguments about how to properly use it happened for a while. Before this game, all the people of the sect only believed that only people with a certain level of talent could achieve the perfect Tao foundation. However, this game proved that talent was not absolute. That hard work and persistence can also allow people to have high achievement as well, given that an opportunity is provided to them. As such, most people wanted to use it as a way to train disciples. However, the Wang family did not want to hand over such a precious thing so easily, despite the fact the other three factions placed pressure on them. In the end, with the interception of Wang Wei, the Wang family decided to refine the game for the other factions. But the refining method will stay in the hands of the Wang family. Of course, the other families had no choice but to accept this condition, as when they tried to refine similar products, the final result was too far from the one that Wang Wei personally refined. All of these thoughts appeared in Li Jun's mind in just a blink of an eye, before he concentrated on how to deal with his current situation. Although his perfect Tao foundation slowed down the crystallization process of his divine sea, the same cannot be said for Li Jun's inner organs. In just a short time, intestines, stomachs, and kidneys. He spewed out a mouthful of blood. However, chunks of green crystals came out of his mouth instead. Without hesitation, Li Jun mobilized his slaughter intent to fight the crystallization process, and this method was useful. However, this method was also just a stopgap measure that slowed down the process. So, Li Jun began to use his slaughter will to fight against the green crystals. He focused all his spirit in order to muster all the strength possible. Unfortunately, it was still useless. In just a few seconds, the crystallization had reached his lungs, spleen, and heart. From the outside, Li Jun's entire body beside his head had turned into a green crystal. He looked like a beautiful sculpture. Despite the fatal situation he was in, Li Jun did not panic. Instead, his mind started to move quickly in order to find a solution. Suddenly, he moved his rigid head to look in a certain direction. At a distance of a few thousand meters, Li Jun saw the army of Great Xia battling the army of the Fang divine dynasty. Then, an idea came to his mind. He opened his mouth and made a swallowing motion. Suddenly, countless red lights from the army heading towards Li Jun. These red lights came from both the Great Xia soldiers and the Fang divine people. Meanwhile, Fang Lijuan, who was sitting on the floor on her knees, removed the smug smile she had on her pale face after seeing these red lights. Her intuition told her that something bad was going to happen and she should stop it. So she tried to stand up, but she did not have the strength. She tried to mobilize her origin chi, but her divine C was empty. She sighed as she realized that she became as weak as a mortal after using the secret method of her bloodline. So, she instead took out a pill from her space ring and placed it on her mouth, hoping to heal as soon as possible before her opponent accomplished whatever he was doing. Meanwhile, after a few seconds, all the lights from the battlefield had arrived in front of Li Jun. These red lights were actually the slaughter chi that all the soldiers accumulated through countless killing during war. Li Jun controlled all these slaughter chi and fused them into his own slaughter intent. All the red lights entered Li Jun's body, turning his eyes a deep and scary red. Suddenly, Li Jun felt the urge to kill anything and anyone in his sight. He began to have visions of all the people these soldiers had killed, whether it was man, women, or children. Li Jun guessed the memories of killing women and children belonged to the people of the Fang divine dynasty, as the Great Xia soldiers have strict military rules not to kill unarmed and weak civilians. Li Jun bit the tip of his tongue in order to regain his clarity, then used his strong willpower that was cultivated during the pagoda trials to gain control of all the slaughter chi. After succeeding in fusing these slaughter chi with his spirit, a giant face appeared behind Li Jun. The giant face was wearing a mask with 3 sides on it. Each side had another face on them. Although the giant face had a mask on, its eyes actually resemble Li Jun's to an unnatural uncanniness. Then the frontal face on the mask opened its mouth and roared, following which, a powerful will suddenly entered Li Jun's body, forcefully destroying the crystallization process that took place. In just a few seconds, all the green crystals in Li Jun's body in both the inside and the outside were instantly destroyed. Li Jun started coughing afterwards. A few green crystals were spewed out of his mouth, followed by red blood. He took a deep breath before looking at the 3-face masked image behind him with a happy smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, the 3-faced mask head turned into a deep red-black spear. Then, Li Jun threw it with all his force towards Fang Lijuan. The spear rapidly traveled through the air while making whistling noise before piercing straight through Fang Lijuan. Luckily for her, right before being impaled, she took out a talisman from her space ring that provided her with some protection. However, she was still thrown away by the sheer strength of the spear. Meanwhile, Li Jun watched as his spear, Slaughter Spear, carried Fang Lijuan away, flying until she was out of sight. Li Jun then spewed another mouthful of blood and pieces of internal organs. After seeing this, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and threw a bunch of pills in his mouth. Chapter 136. While Li Jun was slowly healing the injuries he suffered from this battle, far away from him, on top of a mountain stood a person that was observing the battle from a far distance. This person was a handsome young man with gray hair and eyes. He had a relaxed and easygoing temperament, a temperament that says that this person was capable of doing anything he wanted, and nothing between heaven and earth can stop him from doing so. This person was of course Wang Wei, and the reason he was there was to make sure that nothing happened to his brother Li Jun. Wang Wei could guess how powerful people with bloodlines can be in the early stage of cultivation. Depending on how pure their bloodlines are, their advantage can be ever more exaggerated than people with special physique. During the battle, Wang Wei was worried about Li Jun, especially after Fang Lijuan's last attack. He was ready to intervene at any time, and he almost did. However, seeing the non-panic look on his little brother's face, he gave him the benefit of the doubt and let the battle continue. And it seemed that he was right to do so. Not only was Li Jun able to find a way to counter Fang Lijuan's secret method, but he also grew more powerful during the moment of life and death. Wang Wei sighed while looking at Li Jun, who was sitting cross-legged to heal his injuries. He knew that as his main general, Li Jun will be responsible for cleaning up many obstacles for him during his emperor path. And in doing so, Li Jun will also face many powerful enemies. As such, he cannot always protect him. However, Wang Wei can still try to ensure his survival no matter the circumstances. After thinking about this, Wang Wei flew into the sky and left unnoticed by anyone or anything. Meanwhile, after healing for more than an hour, Li Jun opened his eyes and exhaled a black gas from his mouth. He stood up and clenched his teeth. He could tell that he was only back to 40% of health, however. This was more than enough for now. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the Great Xia army a few hundred meters in the distance. Once he arrived, he saw that the battle had just finished. Many soldiers were carried to the infirmary to treat their wounds. Li Jun frowned after seeing the situation as he noticed that the amount of casualty was unusually high for this battle. Was the Feng Divine Dynasty's army so powerful? Muttered Li Jun to himself. After that, he headed straight to the main military barrack to meet the 5 generals. After entering the barrack, the upper echelons of the army were quite happy to see Li Jun. So, they quickly asked him about the result of the earth-shaking battle that just took place. Her Majesty Feng Lijuan will not be a problem to our expansion from now on, replied Li Jun with a calm look on his face. More importantly, what happened here? Why are there so many casualties? General One sighed after hearing this before answering. After Grand Commandant left, the winning balance was tilted towards our army as we 5 and General Tai Gang held back the powerful cultivators from the Feng Divine Dynasty. However, something unexpected happened midway through the battle. A horde of demonic beasts suddenly came out of nowhere and started attacking both armies without any reserve. We temporarily stopped fighting against the Feng Divine Dynasty to focus on the demonic beasts, however, there were too many of them. If it was the Iron Fist King, I mean General Tai Gang, who led a suicide charge against the horde, our casualties would have been much more. Of course, the greatest credit has to go to Chancellor Yan Liling to use a powerful pill forcing the demonic beasts to kill each other. We might have not survived. It was after hearing this that Li Jun noticed Yan Liling sitting somewhere in the corner of the room. He smiled at her before continuing the meeting. However, Yan Liling was not bothered as she knew the proper time for them to talk to each other. Li Jun held his chin while pondering, then he asked, "Wasn't there a report a few months ago of demonic beasts acting up all over the Great Xia's territory?" "Yes, Grand Commandant," replied General Tu. After investigation, the reason was not discovered. However, the Fate Shadow Guards believe that a new ruler among the demonic beasts might have been born, and it is currently fighting for supremacy with the old ruler. Could it be the people of the herd-raising valley? Though Li Jun to himself. However, he did not focus too much on this issue as he had more important things to do. What happened to the people of the Feng Divine Dynasty? After the demonic beasts attacked, they suffered a great deal of casualties. So they returned to the city and used the walls as a barrier. However, after the demonic beast left, the Feng Divine Dynasty's army quickly left the city as well, answered General 3 this time. Li Jun nodded after hearing his news, then he gave his order. Now that Feng Lijuan will not be a problem temporarily, we need to occupy as many territories as quickly as possible. Tai Gang, you are in charge of the army during this expedition. Afterwards, all the people in the room left to execute their orders. Meanwhile, Li Jun started to cuddle with Yan Liling. "Why are you here?" asked Li Ju with a smile on his face. "I was worried about you, and it seemed that I was right to worry. Looking at your pale complexion, you are probably more injured than you let on." After saying that, she took out a few low-grade earth tier pills and handed them to him. Li Jun swallowed all of them without hesitation. "Where did you get so many earth tier pill?" asked Li Jun. "Big brother Wang Wei wanted me to refine them for him, but I kept a few after handing the majority to him." Li Jun nodded, then began to enjoy this rare peaceful time with his companion. After spending months amidst war and slaughter, Li Jun enjoyed those rare moments of tranquility. "Aren't you worried?" suddenly asked Yan Liling. "Worried about what?" "Worry that Tai Gang will replace you as Big Brother Wang Wei's right-hand man. After all, he seemed very popular in the army." Li Jun was surprised by the question, then he shook his head with a smile. "Not to mention the bond that me and Big Brother Wang Wei shared, I still believe in myself. No matter the time, place or circumstances, I will be strong enough to suppress Tai Gang." Furthermore, way before Big Brother Wang Wei decided to select a few more generals under him,
He talked to me about it beforehand. He even promised me that I can also directly tell him if I did not like a candidate he chose. After saying this, Li Jun looked in a certain direction. This was the direction of the mountain where Wang Wei observed the battle. Although Li Jun did not see anything, he could feel someone watching over him in that direction. This feeling was not the extreme perception that cultivators had that allowed them to notice it when someone observed them for too long. It was like he had a mysterious or unknown connection to whoever was standing there. It was then that Li Jun realized that his big brother was watching over him during this battle. This was one of the reasons that Li Jun did not panic during the moment of life and death in that battle. For one, he believed in himself to get out of this situation. On the other hand, he also believed that if the worst were to happen and he failed, his big brother would show up and rescue him. After thinking about this, he smiled. However, immediately afterwards, he felt someone pinching the little flesh on his waist. He winced in pain and looked at his companion with confusion.
"What are you smiling about?"
asked Yan Liling with a ferocious look on her face.
"Are you thinking about how beautiful Feng Lijuan was?"
Of course not.
"So, you do think that she is beautiful?"
I never said that.
"You did not correct me when I called her beautiful, meaning you agree that she was in fact beautiful," replied Yan Liling coldly.
"Linger, you cannot just place words into my mouth."
"Li Jun, I did not say anything about all the other women since you knew them way before you met me. However, I am warning you.
There better not be any more, otherwise, I do not mind turning you into a eunuch when you are sleeping."
Li Jun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and clamped his legs together after hearing this. So, he just kept nodding his head repeatedly. Chapter 137. Deep in a mountain, inside a man-made cave, a beautiful woman opened her jewel eyes and exhaled a deep breath. She had a pale complexion, however. This fact did not diminish her sacred and divine temperament. This woman was of course Feng Lijuan, who was secretly healing her injuries after her defeat at the hand of Li Jun. That last spear almost killed her despite the fact that she used a powerful talisman to defend herself. However, right before she was about to die, her bloodline activated itself and saved her life. However, this further aggravated Feng Lijuan's injury. As a result, she could no longer use her bloodline powers. As a matter of fact, she feared that if she did not treat things seriously that her bloodline might be disabled. After sighing at her misery, Feng Lijuan stood up and took out a token to deactivate all the formations she placed in the cave. Afterward, she spent a few seconds to determine where she was, then headed back to the Feng Divine Dynasty's capital. Inside the Imperial Palace, Feng Lijuan was sitting on her Dragon Phoenix throne looking at all the excited faces of her officials. "It is good to see you back, Goddess Empress," said the left Prime Minister in a sweet voice. Feng Lijuan nodded and asked directly, "What happened during the time that this goddess was gone?" The room instantly became quiet after hearing this, so a deep frown appeared in Feng Lijuan's indifferent face and she said, "Right, Prime Minister, you say? It's been a few weeks since the Goddess Empress left, and in that time, another quarter of our territory has been lost." Feng Lijuan further frowned after hearing this. It was not because a quarter of her territory was lost, but because the number was smaller than expected. With Li Jun there, the Great Xia army should have already reached the capital by now. "How did you slow down the advancement of the Great Xia army?" asked Feng Lijuan. "We used the suicide squad," responded the Minister of War, who was actually an attendant that Feng Lijuan brought to this world. Just like Li Jun, she has grown up and served Feng Lijuan ever since she was a baby. "Suicide squad?" "By implanting an exploding talisman among the soldiers, we send them into suicide mission against General Li Jun, thus preventing him from interfering too much into the battlefield. However, as a result of this, the finances of our dynasty is dangerously low." Feng Lijuan's eyes lit up after hearing this as she realized that this was a great method. Although this was a temporary solution, it was the best they could do during such a situation. "You do not need to worry about the dynasty's finances. As long as we recaptured our territories back, we will have plenty of wealth." "How is the casualty of our soldiers?" "The casualties were extremely high, but all of them are happy to die for you, Goddess Empress," replied the Minister of War. Feng Lijuan nodded, then started discussing the affairs of the dynasty before dismissing all the officials. Afterwards, she took out her conferred god list and imperial seal and connected to the dynasty's Qi luck.
Feng Lijuan observed how the Qi dragon of the dynasty was crawling and resting while licking the wounds all over its body. After closer observation, she also noticed how the dragon was on the verge of turning back to a flood dragon. Feng Lijuan sighed after seeing this, then a firm look appeared on her face. She headed to a secret room of the palace and activated a formation. Immediately afterwards, a handsome man holding a wine jar appeared in front of her. The young man had listless eyes, and he gave the feeling that he has not slept for countless years. And yet, he still remained extremely handsome. "Oh, Wanner, my love, why have you called me at this time of day?" asked the handsome man with a smile on his face. "Huang Min, do not call this goddess Wanner as we are not that close," responded Feng Lijuan with a look of disgust on her face. "Well, technically speaking, you are my fiancé. This was the decision of our divine clans. The goddess never accepted such an engagement." "Haha, that's fair. So, for what reason have you called me?" asked Huang Min after taking a sip from his jar. "I'm calling you to form an alliance together," responded Feng Lijuan after taking a deep breath. "HMH, I have heard of your defeat at the hands of the bloodline-less successor of the Li family. Is that true? Are you trying to mock this goddess?" "Of course not, my love. I'm merely trying to ascertain the reason for your change of mind regarding our dynasty's alliance." "Just answer yes or no," replied Feng Lijuan with gritted teeth. "I have no problem with forming an alliance, however, regarding our engagement." Feng Lijuan sneered after hearing and answered decisively, "You are dreaming if you think you can use this situation to force this goddess to agree to our engagement. Even if this goddess lost in this trial, the Feng divine clan can still find another small thousand world to send me to conquer. And if worse comes to pass, I would rather use Luckstone to attain a purple gold Qi luck." After saying this, Feng Lijuan secretly clenched her hands. If it was up to her, she did not want to use either of these methods. If she uses the first method, then she will have to waste a lot of time. Not to mention how long her family will spend to find the appropriate world to send her. After all, not all worlds can be used to gather Qi luck. Even if they did, she will have to spend a great deal of time in order to conquer it. She has already spent more than 10 years in the Warring Kingdom world. And if she has to conquer another world, the time spent will be more than triple. Of course, 30 years is nothing to a cultivator like her, who is in the divine altar realm and has more than a 1,000 years of lifespan, not to mention the extra lifespans that her bloodline offers her. Unfortunately, in this glorious age where all the heaven-chosen are growing at an alarming rate, wasting more than 3 decades is more than enough time to allow other people to advance by leaps and bounds, thus creating a large gap between her and them. As for the Luckstone, well, unless she was desperate, Feng Lijuan would probably never use these things to increase her luck. Huang Min laughed after hearing Feng Lijuan's response, then said with a smile, "Wanner, I'm just kidding around. I am more than happy to form an alliance with you. Just send a delegate to discuss the details." Feng Lijuan nodded after hearing this, then cut off the communication array without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the west of the Feng Divine Dynasty lies the Huang Divine Dynasty. Inside an imperial palace, Huang Min smiled and faded after the communication array was shut down. "Damn slut, sooner or later, I will have you under my crotch," muttered Huang Min with a sinister look on his face. "Did you say something, Your Majesty?" said a charming voice full of temptation. Huang Min looked at all the women around him dancing and singing while dressed in revealing clothes, then waved his hand to dismiss them. After that, he took out a map of the entire Warring Kingdom world and looked at it while thinking. The map was divided into 5 regions. In the eastern region, there was the Great Xia Dynasty along with the Feng Divine Dynasty. Further west was his Huang Divine Dynasty, which also bordered the Feng Divine Dynasty in the eastern side. On the western side was the Savior Coalition, which was a dynasty made up of many native kingdoms of this world. They banded together under the idea that they needed to save this world from extraterrestrial demons that have invaded. One of the reasons that Huang Min agreed so easily to this alliance was because he himself was having trouble with the Savior Coalition. To be precise, he was having trouble with their leader. This guy was like a cockroach. Every time Huang Min meets him, he will defeat him to the point of almost killing him. However, somehow, he always managed to escape. Afterwards, this guy will still return to fight with him again and again. What's worse, Huang Min has noticed that this guy has become more and more difficult to defeat. In the last battle, he was forced to activate his bloodline to defeat his opponent. However, Huang Min did not really care about the Savior Coalition. What worried him the most was that on the western side of the coalition lay the central region where the three central dynasties occupied the majority of the territory. Huang Min knows himself best, and he realized that he could not fight alone against the people of the central dynasties or the heaven chosen of Great Xia. So, he accepted Feng Lijuan's alliance in order to team up with and fight these giants. Huang Min then continued to look at the map in order to see whether he had better options. In the northern region, there is a vast frozen piece of land. However, due to the terrible temperature, few people or things can actually survive there. In the southern region, there was a vast forest where the majority of demonic beasts lived. This place was no place for humans to live, as it was designated as the demonic beast territory. In the western region was a vast desert. Although this place had many desert kingdoms or dynasties, there was little to no resources there. As a matter of fact, the living conditions there were probably worse than even the frozen north. As a result, the majority of cultivators there are extremely weak. As far Huang Min was aware, there probably was no heaven chosen who picked the western region as their starting point. After thinking about this, Huang Min sighed and put away the map, then continued drinking while pondering about the future. Meanwhile, in a city located in the Great Xia territory, a man had just finished drinking and was walking home. His head was spinning, resulting in him wobbling while walking. However, the man still fumbled his way home. Suddenly, a gray light flashed from his eyes and he fell into the ground. By the time he woke up, he had a terrible headache, so muttered, "Did I drink that much last night?" However, the man soon noticed that he did not recognize where he was. So he looked around to discover to his horror that he was in a dimly lit room with many statues around. The man suddenly sobered up and looked around him while being on alert for any sudden movement. After noticing that nothing happened, he became bold and started observing these statues. He realized that they were not statues, but more like puppets. The man had come into contact with cultivators' puppets before, so he recognized them. He also realized that these puppets may be dangerous, so he decided to immediately leave here as soon as possible. However, he suddenly smelled a very enchanting smell in the air and looked in the direction that the smell came from, and it was in the opposite direction of the exit. Despite the fact that his heart warned him to leave, his greed told him that a tremendous opportunity was awaiting him, so he followed the appetizing scent. There, the man entered a room filled with countless gold, silver, origin stones, and countless bottles of pills. He opened one and he realized where the smell came from. The man immediately became excited as he realized that he encountered an adventure that would change his life. Suddenly, the man noticed a golden book located in the middle of the room. Realizing that this book was probably the most important item in the room, he rushed towards it. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he arrived a few meters from the book, countless patterns appeared around the book, then they spread out all over the room. The man looked at the shining book with yearning. Although he could not see the whole title of the book, he still saw a few words that read Longevity Art. The man hesitated whether to try to take the book. However, after seeing the formation array that was about to activate, he did not do so. However, he still took a token that was near him before rushing out there. While running away, the man could see that all the puppets were starting to be activated, so he hurried to the exit. After leaving the weird place, the man sighed to himself, then left the mountain area he found himself in. A few days after this incident, inside the Zhang family manor in the Great Xia capital, Patriarch Xianxia was holding a token in his hand with a look of excitement and said to his servant, "Are you sure that it was a secret realm?" "Yes, Patriarch. One of our servants discovered it by accident a few days ago after drinking too much." Xianxia nodded before asking back, "How many people know about this?" "Currently, only me and you, Patriarch." Xianxia nodded and waved for his servant to leave. Then, he looked at the token in his hand with excitement. He finally discovered a way for their family to rise again. Chapter 138. Patriarch Xianxia was indeed in a good mood as he saw hope for the future of his clan. The past few years have been very stressful for him, and he spent most of his time thinking whether Wang Wei will send a troop of soldiers to kill all the people of his family. Xianxia gazed at the token in his hand with a smile on his face while thinking about his next move. In this world, there are two things related to space: space rings and secret realms.
Space rings can be made by a few rare refiners through a spiritual material called heaven meteorite. Many cultivators have tried to use this material in order to create a teleportation array. But unfortunately, no one has succeeded. As for Secret Realm, who are also referred to as Cave Realm, are small dimensional spaces born naturally from heaven and earth full of spiritual qi. As a result of this, the Secret Realms are often a blessed place for cultivators. Zhang Yong knew how important Secret Realm can be to a family, as his Zhang clan used to have a secret realm of their own. Unfortunately, after years of use, the secret realm was destroyed. Additionally, from the information he received, Zhang Yong guessed that this particular secret realm was probably an inheritance left by an ancient power. After pondering for a while, he contacted one of the loyal divine altar cultivators of the Zhang family and sent him to check out the secret realm. Without alerting anyone, the divine altar cultivator secretly left the capital and headed in the mountain range where the secret realm was discovered. After using the token he was giving, he was teleported inside. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he was attacked by one of the puppets. The cultivator fought for a few hours before taking out the core of the puppet, thus rendering it immobile. Afterwards, the cultivator walked a few meters in the inner part of the secret realm when he smelled a very attractive smell. With his years of experience, he could tell that these pills were at least high-grade profound tier, and probably even reached the earth tier. Thinking about this, the cultivator wanted to rush to the place where the pills were located. However, he was ambushed by countless puppets. He spent so much effort just to disable one puppet, so he knew that he was no match for so many of them. So he left the secret realm to report to his patriarch. Zhang Yong furrowed his brow after hearing this, as he realized that the protection of the secret realm was more powerful than expected. However, this only proved that whatever was inside this secret realm was in fact more valuable than he expected. As such, Zhang Yong contacted the transcending mortality ancestor of their Zhang family to go and check out the secret realm. The Zhang family's ancestor was more than happy to do so, as she too understood the significance of such a secret realm to their clan. After entering, she noticed that all the puppets were lined up together like a well-trained army. She ignored them and flew in the air, bypassing them. After entering the Zhang class ancestor discovered that her flying ability was banned inside the room. However, she was able to notice all the wealth and pill bottles around. She opened one of them to smell it. She immediately recognized it as an earth-grade pill, as the mere wisp she took was enough for her origin essence to increase by a small amount. She checked a few more bottles and realized that they were all of the same quality. Then, she raised her to look at the altar where a golden book was lying there. She did go after the book, as he already knew that there were formations arranged there. Instead, she tried to place a few bottles of pills inside the small space ring she had in her hand. Unfortunately, as soon as she did that, the array in the room activated and she was prevented from doing so. Following which, countless puppets were activated and attacked her. However, she was not afraid. As a transcending mortality cultivator, how could she possibly be afraid of a few puppets? Unfortunately, she was too arrogant or looked too high at her ability. Although she was more powerful than one puppet, however, with all of them working together, she was not a match for them. Not to mention that these puppets have the ability to work together like they all had one mind. As a last result, the Zhang family ancestor had no choice but to run away from the secret realm. Immediately afterwards, she secretly returned to the capital and told her encounter to Zhang Yong, who had an ugly look on his face after hearing this. "Ancestor, if we use all the secret strength of the Zhang family, could we capture the secret realm?" asked Zhang Yong. Unfortunately, Patriarch Zhang received a negative answer to his question. After pondering for a while, Zhang Yong had a flash of determination in his eyes. Later that night, in a secret room of the Zhang Manor full of anti-spying formation, a meeting took place. Before I say another word about the topic of our discussion tonight, I need you two to sign a soul contract that states that if any of you reveal the slightest bit of news about the topic we discussed tonight, all your direct and indirect bloodline descendants will suffer thunder retribution from heaven. Zhang Yong, is there any need to be so cautious? Asked Patriarch Chong Lu. Old Zhang, what made you so serious? Asked Patriarch Lang Zhan. Are you two going to sign it or not? Responded in a cold and indifferent voice. Seeing the reaction of Zhang Yong, the two of them realized the severity of the situation, thus decided to sign after pondering for a while. A few minutes later, Patriarch Lang Zhan screamed, "What? You discovered a secret realm? Don't yell out loud, you idiot!" reprimanded Patriarch Chong Lu, an act which made Lang Zhan look around with suspicion.
Then, he took a deep breath in relief after realizing that only the three of them were in the room.
Immediately afterwards, Lang Zhan became excited at the prospect of their family. The past few years have been a nightmare for his Lung family. Most of the property was taken over by His Majesty Wang Wei. Their family had lost all the power they had in the previous kingdom. They were forced to obey the law and would be punished as long as they made even the slightest of mistakes. He has never been so aggrieved in his past 250 years of age. However now, he saw hope for his family's future. While Lang Zhan was imagining the happy future of his clan, Patriarch Lang Zhan was way more calm or level-headed than him. As such, he asked, "Old Zheng, let's be honest with each other, why did you tell our family about the secret realm? Shouldn't you keep this kind of good thing for your own clan?" After hearing, Lang Zhan woke up from his fantasy and looked at Zhang Yong with suspicion. As for Zhang Yong, he wanted to lie and said that he thought about the two of them as a way for their clans to unite in times of struggle. However, he knew that despite the rash way that these two acted sometimes, they were by any stupid. After all, no stupid person can hold the position of patriarch for as long as these guys have. Not to mention that these guys probably would not believe him if he told them such blatantly lies. Despite the fact the three clans have been in alliance for countless years and have intermarried for numerous generations, they would not hesitate to betray each other given the price was high enough or the circumstances demanded for it. So he told the truth. He told him about how difficult it was for his ancestor to break through all the obstacles of the secret realm by herself and he needed the strength of their clans. After the other two patriarchs understood the entire situation, they nodded and discussed how to properly divide the wealth inside the secret realm. When it came to their benefits, all three of them forgot their friendships and turned into animals in the jungle going for their prey's jugular. The next day, after coming to an agreement that satisfied all three clans, each of the transcending realm ancestors met each other to discuss the proper plan to defeat all the puppets inside the secret realm. After making a concrete and reliable plan based on the information provided by the Zhang clan ancestor, all three of them entered together. Unfortunately for them, as soon as they entered the secret realm, something they did not anticipate happened to them. Chapter 139. After entering the secret realm, all three of them noticed that something was wrong because they immediately realized that they could fly in the air. According to the information previously received, the Zhang clan ancestor flew over to the inner part of the secret realm. However, now things seemed to be different, thus making their previous plans useless.
However, despite the sudden change, the three of them did not stop their movement and still proceeded to where the pills and inheritance was.
However, as soon as these ancestors took a few more steps, countless puppets started attacking them, so they fought back with their immense strength. Unfortunately, the strength of these puppets were not to be underestimated. More importantly, there are too many of them. "I thought you said that the first wave of puppets were quite easy to get through?" asked the Lung clan ancestor. "It's supposed to be." Previously, a divine altar realm cultivator managed to pass through this wave easily and reach the inner layer, responded the Zhang clan ancestor. "This can only mean one thing," said the Chong clan ancestor. After the last visit, all the formations of the secret realm were fully activated. The two nodded after hearing this. However, this did not change their current situation. Even with using all their powerful spells and attacks, they can only destroy a few puppets. What's even worse was the fact that after a puppet is destroyed, the remains will instantly vanish from the ground. Then after a few minutes, a brand new puppet will appear from the previous remains. The only way to prevent such a thing from happening is to destroy the core of the puppets. Unfortunately, these puppets seem to be designed with the ability to constantly move their cores around, making it very difficult to locate. "Should we use our Dao flame?" asked one of the ancestors. However, no one answered him. If it was the past, all of them might agree to do so. However, they have learned from the extraterrestrial demons that using their Dao flame or good fortune flame is akin to ruining their future. As one of the highest realms of this world, these ancestors only care about two things: their family and pursuing higher realms. Unfortunately, they care more about their own strength than their clans. As such, they will not sacrifice their futures for their families. "How about we use the strength of our family elites to slowly clear out these puppets? With more people, the process should be simpler," said the Zhang clan ancestor. a suggestion that solicited the approval of all the others. Immediately afterwards, the three of them rushed out of the secret realm. The Zhang clan ancestor flew towards the capital, while the other two flew in different directions. After secretly returning to the Zhang clan manor, the Zhang ancestor explained the entire situation to Patriarch Zhang Yong.
Ancestor, is there really no other way?
Asked Zhang Yong. However, his ancestor just shook her head.
But it was already very difficult and risky to allow three of you to secretly enter the secret realm under the nose of His Majesty Wang Wei.
So, how are we supposed to move so many of our elites?
Especially when we already told His Majesty that we did not have any other secret strength hiding.
The Zhang clan ancestor sighed after hearing this and said, Patriarch, I'm afraid that you will have to wait until His Majesty leaves this world before our clans can enjoy the benefit of this secret realm. Zhang Yong's face became ugly after hearing this. Then, he started thinking about other possible solutions. However, he realized that all of them contained great risks and could end up with their clans being discovered by the royal family. As such, he also sighed and agreed with his ancestor. Just like that, more than a month passed by. Although Patriarch Zhang Yong agreed to take things slowly regarding the secret realm, he did not stop thinking about other ideas. Suddenly, his main servant rushed into his study room and said while breathing rapidly, Patriarch, terrible news. The news about the secret realm has been leaked.
What?
Exclaimed Zhang Yong. How is that possible? How do you know the news has been leaked? There is a rumor circulating in the capital that the Zhang clan has discovered a secret realm that holds the secret of longevity.
Zhang Yong's face became ugly after hearing this. However, the servant was not over.
Furthermore, after investigation, I have discovered that this rumor has spread far beyond the Great Xia territory. How far has the rumor spread? According to the clan's secret agents, the rumor has already reached the central region. Patriarch Zhang Yong immediately slapped his servant, sending him flying away and crashing into the walls.
Then, he looked at him with a terrifying killing intent.
There are only a few people that know about the secret realm. The other patriarch signed a soul contract and would not dare to say anything. Our family's ancestors were also bound by the contracts, which left only me and you who could leak the information.
I know that I did not mention it to anyone, so, Shuanghui, do you have something you have to say to me?
Patriarch, I swear to heaven that I did not mention a single word to anyone. My family have served the Zhang clan for countless generations and I have grown up with you. Please do not doubt my loyalty. Zhang Yong took a deep breath and replied, still full of killing intent. It is because of your years of service that I did not immediately kill. So, if you directly confessed who you told the news, then, I promise to make your death as quick as possible.
Shuanghui kowtowed on the ground and said, Patriarch, if I was the one who leaked the news, do you think I would still be standing in front of you?
However, it does not matter what I say. If killing me can prove my loyalty to the Zhang clan, then I will gladly accept my death. Zhang Yong took a deep breath after hearing this to calm down himself. He realized that his servant was right. If he leaked the information about the secret realm, he would have done it for a price. Thus, Shuanghui should have long run away with his reward after selling the news. Then, Zhang Yong started thinking that maybe the leak came from the first person who discovered the secret realm. Maybe he told someone else before he was disposed of. Despite this, Zhang Yong still regretted that he did not immediately kill his main servant after receiving the news a month ago. However, now it was too late. To be precise, it was useless. Even if Zhang Yong discovered where the leak came from, there is nothing he can do since the news had already spread so far and wide. Realizing this, Zhang Yong's killing intent was gone. Then, he started thinking about countermeasures. Now that the information has been leaked, he needed to take precautions to ensure the safety of his clan. The best course of action is to run away from the Great Xia capital since it was at the foot of the emperor and run away. The Zhang family have been living in this land even before the Dong royal family created the Eastern Rain Kingdom. So they have created many secret paths in case their family encountered a disaster and needed to escape as quickly as possible. Although in the past few years, the Fate Shadow Guards have discovered a few of them, not all of them were found. As long as Zhang Yong moved fast enough and took a few descendants from the main branch and secretly left, there will be hope for the Zhang clan. Additionally, the token to enter the secret realm is still in Zhang Yong's hands. As long as he can hide for long enough for all these extraterrestrial demons to finish their trial and leave this world, his Zhang clan can still rise again. As for what would happen to the other clan members that are left behind, Zhang Yong figured that some people might capture them in order to track the groups that escape. However, the most likely scenario is that most of them will be killed. Although Zhang Yong was sad about this outcome, he knew that necessary sacrifice is required to survive the current ordeal. After making a plan, Zhang Yong decided to execute this as soon as possible. Unfortunately, before he even had time to give his order, another servant rushed into his study. "Patriarch, there is a eunuch outside with an edict summoning you to the palace. And the royal guards have surrounded our manor, preventing anyone from entering and leaving beside you." Zhang Yong's face became ugly as he realized that he was too late to react. After sighing, he rearranged his clothes to look more presentable before heading outside to receive the edict. Chapter 140. Wang Wei was sitting in his dragon throne reviewing papers about the situation throughout the dynasty. He was reading about how Li Jun was having trouble in his conquest due to the fact that the Feng divine dynasty suddenly received aid from someone else. Although he also sent Yan Liling to help Li Jun, the speed of the war was too slow to his liking and he was pondering whether to participate in it himself to speed things up. However, his study of Qi luck had reached an important crossroad and he needed to spend his extra time and energy there. After all, without the ability to absorb luck, all of this trial would be meaningless. While thinking about Qi luck, another thought suddenly appeared in Wang Wei's mind. Through soul fluctuation, he has noticed that Dong Lifen has started to have certain emotions towards him that she should not have. Well, who can blame her? After all, he, Wang Wei, was a very handsome and charismatic man. Unfortunately, he did not lie to her when he said she did not meet the requirement to be his Dao companion. What's more, after spending such a long time with her, he did not develop any feelings towards her. So, he decided to warn the poor girl so that she does not get her hopes up and become disappointed. While Wang Wei was thinking such narcissistic thoughts, a royal guard brought a man inside the throne room to meet him. Instantly, Wang Wei recognized him as the patriarch of the Zhang clan, Zhang Yong. After Zhang Yong met with His Majesty, he did the proper bow before saying, "Minister Zhang Yong has seen His Majesty." "You may rise," replied Wang Wei before staring up and down at Zhang Yong without saying anything. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong had sweat falling down his back despite having a calm look on his face. Today can be considered the first time that he has truly met His Majesty in person. Although he has seen him through image formation when he made speeches to the people of Great Xia, although he has been playing political games with His Majesty for the past 2 years, this was still their first official meeting. And Zhang Yong was under tremendous pressure. The deep gray eyes seemed to be able to see through all of his mind, soul and secrets. Furthermore, somehow, he had the illusion that His Majesty was holding a string that attached itself around his neck, determining his fate. Nevertheless, Zhang Yong did not show any of his thoughts on the surface and he also did not speak any more words, just waiting in the suffocating silence. Meanwhile, Wang Wei spent more than a few minutes observing this cunning old fox of the Zhang clan. The first thing he noticed was the fact that this guy was actually hiding his cultivation level. From the outside, he looked like he had just entered the divine altar realm. However, the truth of the matter was that he was already at the peak with 270 divine veins, just one step to break through the supernatural realm. Given his age of close to 300 years old, this was actually quite the extraordinary talent for someone in a small thousand world. Another thing he noticed was through soul fluctuation that this patriarch was currently both in fear and wary of him. However, he still managed to compose himself and not show it on the surface. After finishing his observation, Wang Wei opened his mouth and said, "I'm sure you have heard of the rumors that are spreading throughout the capital." "Yes, Your Majesty." "What do you have to say for yourself?" "Your Majesty, all I can say is that these rumors are false. Whoever is spreading these rumors should be arrested as soon as possible and dealt with according to the law." "Is that so?" responded Wang Wei, this time actually releasing his own aura. An act which made Patriarch Zhang Yong feel a terrifying pressure weighing on him. What's worse, the pressure was not physical in nature, but headed straight for his soul. He felt that his mind, spirit, and soul would explode at any moment. However, Zhang Yong still gritted his teeth and said while blood was slowly falling from his nose, "This minister swear to heaven that he is not lying." After hearing this, Wang Wei removed his aura then smiled brightly before saying, "Is that so? Well, it seems that some people in the Fate Shadow Guards have been negligent in their work. Since it is just a rumor, Zhang Patriarch, you can take your leave.
Zhang Yong began to breathe heavily after the aura was removed, however. He was not in the slightest happy after seeing the smile on His Majesty's face. He could feel that things were not only not as simple as he imagined, more importantly, things seemed to be out of his control or understanding. And there is nothing more fearful for Zhang Yong. Today, he had come to the palace with the full intention of dying without revealing the news that he had the token for the secret realm. He hoped that his death would shift the world's focus from the Zhang clan to the royal family by showing to the world that His Majesty Wang Wei killed him after receiving the information about the secret realm. Unfortunately, his plan failed. As such, Zhang Yong left the palace with nothing but a bleeding nose and a frown on his face. Feng Divine Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Feng Lijuan was sitting on her dragon phoenix throne discussing recent events around the world.
The secret of longevity?
Said Feng Lijuan with a sneer on her face. Can a small thousand world like this one have the secret of longevity that many cultivators in our myriad emperor world have been searching for countless eras?
According to our investigation, this secret realm contained countless earth-tier pills in it, said the Minister of War.
So what?
Does this goddess care about a few lowly earth-tier pill? The Minister of War sighed secretly after hearing this. Normally, Her Majesty is quite astute and tactically driven despite her arrogance. However, her recent failures at the border have made her lose some of her edges. As such, the Minister of War continued to explain. In this world, there are very few alchemists who can refine earth-tier pills. However, the success rate of these alchemists are abysmally low. So, it is impossible for them to refine so many pills. As such, we can deduce that this secret room was in fact one left from ancient time.
Feng Lijuan frowned after hearing and said, "What's your point?" Given the fact that this world also practiced the origin path, it is not too far-fetched to believe that a senior from the myriad emperor world came to this world to spread the Tao and left a powerful inheritance before leaving, responded the Minister of War while secretly cursing Li Jun. In fact, this argument has many problems such as the fact that the majority of worlds in the community around the myriad emperor world cultivate the origin path.
So, it is possible for someone from other worlds to leave an inheritance. As such, the Minister of War continued. In fact, it doesn't really matter whether the secret of longevity really exists in the secret realm, but its location matters.
Great Xia?
Muttered Feng Lijuan, who seemed to think of something.
Yes.
Sacred Son Wang Wei of Great Xia has been labeled by our factions as currently the most threatening of all the participants. However, having such a label on the head is not necessarily a good thing.
Who among the heaven chosens are not prideful individuals?
So they will not easily accept such praises for their competitor, especially after not even meeting him.
So, with this rumor, it is the perfect chance for them to see what he is capable of and determine his level of threat.
And if he is as threatening as their own elders have made him out to be, the secret realm is the perfect opportunity to form an alliance against him to kill him, or at the very least, eliminate him from this trial. Not to mention the slight possibility that this secret realm does in fact contains the secret of longevity. How can others let the people of Great Xia easily acquire such a thing?
Feng Lijuan immediately started thinking after hearing these words.
She placed the arrogance she had before, calmed herself down and pondered deeply about the situation.
After a few minutes she said, Huang Min with his insidious mind will not pass by any opportunity to increase his power, so he will definitely send people to try to enter the secret realm.
The people of the Savior Coalition are desperate, so they will also participate in the action. As for the central region, I guess 2 of 3 dynasties there will definitely appear. Sun Wen's Great Wu dynasty is on the verge of collapse with his war against the Great Zhou dynasty. This secret realm might be the straw he needed to survive. As for Ji Song, given the conflict he has with Wang Wei during the Spirit Road, he will not pass the situation up. The only uncertainty is actually that guy from the Great Shu dynasty. His motives and actions have always been mysterious. Chapter 141. Great Wu Territory. In a military barrack, Ji Song was conducting a meeting in the military camp. After hearing the rumor regarding the secret realm, he decided to head there immediately as this was his chance to get his revenge. Of course, he would not get his way this easily.
You cannot. Why not?
Replied Ji Song, looking at his brother with a look of anger in his face. He was tired of his big brother preventing him from enacting his revenge. Although most of the time he listened to his brother, his patience also had his limits. "Because it is too dangerous," replied Jisoo, who took notice of his little brother's impatience. "With the opening of this secret realm, all of the participants of this trial will most likely go there in person.
When I arrived, I can challenge Wang Wei directly in a duel and defeat him for the shame he made me suffer in the spirit road and avenge great-uncle Ji Xiang."
Jisoo looked at his brother speechless, then started to massage his eyebrow. "You do know that the secret realm is in the territory of the Great Xia, right?"
"So what?" "So, if anyone dares to show up so blatantly, Wang Wei can order all the army of the Great Xia to besiege such a person in order to eliminate them."
Ji Song frowned after hearing this, then he said, "You are overthinking things. I have met Wang Wei personally, and I can see that he has the pride of a heaven chosen. He would gladly accept my challenge." Ji Song did not say that just for the sake of saying it. He could tell what kind of person Wang Wei was during their battle in the Spirit Road. At that time, Wang Wei was weak as an ordinary mortal, yet he dared fight him, who had the strength of body refining realm one-on-one. Such a person will not use insidious methods unless necessary, unlike those weasels of the Great Wu dynasty. "You may be right," said Jisoo. "But what about Li Jun? His job as Wang Wei's general is to remove obstacles for him. If he knew that you were there and he could use the lives of countless Great Xia people in exchange for yours, do you think he would hesitate? Even if Wang Wei ordered him not to, in that situation, he will probably not hesitate to ignore the order." Jisoo sighed after saying this, then he continued, "I have studied Li Jun's character for many years and came to the conclusion that he will not hesitate to sacrifice his life to pave the way for Wang Wei, let alone disobey his order." Ji Song frowned after hearing this, then looked at another person in the meeting room. This person was called Zhao Peng, and he was the son of Prime Minister Zhao Yan. He was trained as Ji Song's general for the future Heaven Will battle. Although Ji Song did not think that this Zhao Peng would die for him as their bond was not that deep, he still believed that he would do anything possible to remove his enemies. After thinking about this, he sighed and said, "So, are we just leaving the secret realm to the people of the Great Xia?" "Of course not," replied Jisoo.
"We first need to band together with the other Heaven Chosen in order to exert pressure on the Great Xia people to allow each country a certain amount of entry.
Then, we will send an elite team of soldiers to fight for the rewards inside the secret realm." Ji Song then nodded in agreement with his brother. In fact, Jisoo was quite suspicious of this secret realm. For one thing, the rate at which this news circulated throughout the world was too fast. Second, the whole situation seemed eerily similar to what happened to his little brother. Suddenly, news of something irresistible spread. Then, many people jumped to find only to discover that it was a trap. This is exactly what happened to their great Zhou imperial dynasty during the Spirit Road trial. Thinking about this, Jisoo's suspicion further grew and he was sure of his deduction. However, he did not say anything to his little brother in order not to remind him of what happened in the past.
As for the other Heaven Chosen, he did not plan to say anything. Not to mention whether they would believe him, it was not in his interest to warn them.
On the contrary, Jisoo had the idea to further add to this plan. A few days later, in the Great Wu imperial dynasty, Sun Wen received a letter from Prime Minister Jisoo of the Great Zhou dynasty. In this letter, Jisoo promised him a temporary ceasefire in exchange for them to temporarily band together to exert pressure on the Great Xia dynasty to allow people entry to the secret realm. What's more, in the letter, Jisoo promised him that he would provide a few more entry spots from the Great Zhou as long as he promised to team up with him once their people entered the secret realm. Sun Wen became very excited after hearing this news. He had heard of the secret realm and wanted an opportunity to enter. However, he was worried about the Great Zhou dynasty. But now, he did not have to. Of course, one person was not that happy about this, and that was Sun Jiaolong. He felt that things were not that simple. Unfortunately, his big brother once again refused to hear his warning.
So, after sighing again, he did not say anything.
As a matter of fact, Sun Wen was not the only person who received the invitation to place pressure on the Great Xia dynasty. Whether it was Feng Lijuan, Huang Min, and even the people of the Savior Coalition, they all received the invitation. Savior Coalition headquarters. A meeting was taking place. This meeting was composed of countless previous kings or monarchs that have lost their dynasty to the Heaven Chosen of the myriad emperor world. The rulers managed to escape after the fall of their kingdoms, but they eventually came together to form a power of their own.
The leader of the Savior Coalition was actually a very young man that seemed to be of similar age with Wang Wei and the others.
Coalition leader, you cannot participate in the secret realm personally. Yes, it is too dangerous. If those extraterrestrial demons gang up on you, you will not survive. The coalition cannot survive without your leadership. Coalition leader, think about the people. Without you, they will be brutally ruled by these extraterrestrial demons. At the center of the meeting sat a handsome teenager that had a proud and domineering look on his face. His name was Long Outyen, and if Wang Wei was here, he would immediately recognize this person as the cultivator he met that used the strange earth escape spell in the divine sea realm when he first arrived in this world. Long Aotian's life was basically a protagonist template. He was born with poor talents in a weak family. However, one day while bathing in a lake, he met a dying cultivator in the transcending mortality realm that washed away his body for him and increased his talent, then handed over to him his inheritance. After that, Long Aotian's life was smooth sailing. His cultivation rose quickly, he got plenty of rare opportunities, and he made all the people who looked down on him pay. In fact, Long Outyen has noticed that his luck has increased dramatically the past 10 years. Although he knew that he was lucky, however, compared to the past 10 years, the amount of opportunities he encountered are simply too much to count. At this point in his life, Long Outyen knows that as long as he enters a mountain or forest area, he will encounter one or two fortunate encounters. Whether it is to discover rare herbs, precious ores, or powerful inheritance, for him, it was only a matter of strolling in the forest or jumping off a cliff. Long Outyen thought his life was going to continue to be as boring as it was until he managed to save a beautiful girl that was being chased. After that, he learned that she was the princess of a fallen kingdom that was destroyed by a bunch of invading extraterrestrial demons from the endless void. After hearing this, in order to woo the beautiful princess, Long Outyen promised to avenge her and her kingdom. He also promised her to kick these extraterrestrial demons out of their world and build back her kingdom. Then, Long Outyen started his path of conquest. With the support of the princess royal family and all the resources he got from all his adventures, he built an army and fought against the extraterrestrial demons. He rallied all the royal and noble families that had lost everything together to form the Savior Coalition, essentially crowning himself emperor. Unfortunately for Long Outyen, he suffered his first major defeat in life after fighting with his rival enemy, Huang Min. In that first battle, Long Outyen did not even last a few attacks and was almost killed. It was then that Long Outyen realized the terrors of the extraterrestrial demons. The strength that he was so proud of was actually nothing but a joke to those foreigners from the higher realm. Fortunately for him, he has always been lucky. So no matter how much time he lost to Huang Min, he still managed to escape. And after each escape, he grew stronger and more powerful. Because of his recent growth, Long Outyen has become arrogant as he believed that the only reason that these extraterrestrial demons are more powerful than him is due to their family background. As long as he is given enough time, he believes that he will soon surpass all of them, then uses his strength to suppress all of them, then exile them from his world. Then, he can take this rare opportunity to conquer the whole world like the ancient emperors. With the chi luck of the entire world, it won't take long before he cultivates the transcending mortality realm, past the heavenly tribulation to go to the higher realm. As a matter of fact, Long Outyen has even greater ambitions. That is to become great emperor. He believed that after entering the higher realm, with his talent and luck, he can slowly rise to the top of the cultivation path and one day proclaimed himself emperor. All of his plans can start with this secret realm. Long Outyen believes that with his luck, there is no one better than him to inherit the secret of longevity. Additionally, even if something goes wrong, he believes that nothing will happen to him. So when he received this invitation letter from the great Zhou people, he decided to enter the secret realm personally despite the disagreement of his subordinates. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.